Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. It is 5:30. I want to call this meeting to order and welcome everybody. Great to see you all. So 1.1, call to order. 1.2, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And let me have Ms. Bios lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance, unless we have a videotaped one. Sometimes I get caught on that, so I want to make sure we don't have a videotaped one. Nope? All right. Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. All right, we'll go to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Flores. Any discussion of the agenda? All right, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Mr. Tillman?
Yes, Dr. Flores, it recorded your vote. It's 6-0, so approval agenda carries. Thank you very much. And we'll just move on a little bit to discuss the purpose of the meeting today. I think we all know why we're here, but we're going to go over it. And just as we know, we're here to fill the vacancy of the passing of our friend and colleague, Dr. Hill. We all know it's a very important proceeding, not only in the governance of our district, but also to honor her legacy. As such, I just want to encourage everyone to keep her in mind, as well as our 47,000 students and 8,000 employees, as we consider an appointment tonight. We're required to complete the process and to make a provisional appointment by February 17th, 2022. The individual we select tonight will serve on the board until the second week of December 2022. To continue beyond that date and fulfill Dr. Hill's full term, the person selected will be required to run for election in the November 8th, 2022 general election. It's our goal to complete interviews and select a new board member before we adjourn this meeting. Thankfully, many people in our community want to serve our district and students. However, this level of interest will make for a long meeting. To complete our work tonight, please respect for time limits and procedural process is critical. Candidates are all currently sequestered upstairs in the superintendent's office. Candidates will be brought into this room one at a time to participate in a required interview with the board. There are 6 questions total, and each board member will ask the same question to all candidates. Interviews will be limited to 15 minutes each. Unanswered questions at the end of the 15 minutes will be skipped. Board members will not ask any follow-up questions or make any comments. We have invited Mr. Dennis Mobley from San Diego County Superintendent of Schools to help facilitate this process and keep us on track. Mr. Mobley has led the process many times and will be a big help to us tonight. I want to thank him as I turn over the process to him right now, and I also want to observe and recognize Ms. Nikki Detman, who is here from California School Board Association. So welcome both.
Point of order, Dr. White,
Yes, sir.
are you going to not do public comments now?
No, right after this, we'll do public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to give the purpose. That's all, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet. My name is Dennis Mobley. I'm a governance consultant for San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, and I've been asked by the district as a neutral party to assist the board with the process of filling a vacant board seat. I myself am a former school board member, having served 21 years in a neighboring district, and so I understand the important task before you, and I have done this work before. I'm joined by Nikki Detman with the California School Boards Association, and the two of us, along with some staff, we had an orientation meeting for the candidates at 4 o'clock. had an opportunity to meet with them, and they're currently upstairs. And I'll talk a little bit more about the order that was determined for their interviews. I've worked with your board president, superintendent, and staff to assist in developing a process that is both fair and respectful to all parties. To this end, I met with all candidates prior to this meeting for an orientation session, and that included a time for questions and answers. We conducted a random drawing of the names for the order of interviews, so they are not the same order that appears on your agenda. They will remain in a separate room until it is his or her turn for an interview. After the interview, that candidate may join the audience. Candidates are aware that they have 15 minutes total for an opening statement and to answer 6 questions, 1 from each member of the board. These questions were provided to the candidates during the orientation. They were also provided on the district website in advance of this meeting, and they were developed with the concurrence of the board prior to tonight's meeting. I would note that on your agenda, I believe there were 19 individuals. We had 15 appear for the orientation, so that will be the number that you will interview this evening. And therefore, to interview, all have agreed upon the timeline, and I would ask that no clarifying or substitute questions may be asked by the board. Again, out of fairness, no clarifying or substitute questions by the board. When all interviews are finished, the board enters into its deliberation and action to appoint. All deliberations are conducted in open session. There are no secret ballots and no sidebar discussions. A common practice is first for the board members to make general comments and thank candidates for their interest in serving. This is followed by each board member announcing maybe the 2 top choices, and those will be captured on the screen by staff. After all 6 board members have spoken, the board may consider a motion to name an individual for the vacant seat. It may be that you see a pattern, and this may be an easy decision for the district, for the board to move toward, but it could take more than one attempt to do this. If the motion fails to get 4 affirmative votes, then a new motion may be offered. This continues until the board candidate achieves 4 or more affirmative votes. Candidates not approved in early voting rounds are not necessarily eliminated from consideration. For the audience, public comments are on the agenda. Please note that this is a special meeting and not a regular meeting of the Board of Education. At special meetings, comments are limited to the topic on the agenda, which is to appoint an individual to the vacant seat. This means that comments on other matters of district operations will not be allowed. Secondly, I implore the public speakers to keep comments brief. A simple statement of your name and the candidate you support is sufficient. Speakers who follow wishing to offer support to the same candidate can do so without duplicating their comments. There should be no follow-up questions by the board of the public speakers. 5 months ago, I worked with the County Board of Education to fill a vacant seat. At that meeting, the public comments were limited to just 1 minute, and there were no objections to the process. So again, this is, I offer it as a suggestion to the members of the public. With 15 candidates, 15 minutes per interview, you're looking at about 4 hours to get through this process. And under these circumstances, a self-imposed goal of 1 minute per person is both reasonable and appropriate. So that concludes my opening comments, and turn it back to the chair for having public comments.
Thank you again, Mr. Mobley, for the direction and support. We appreciate you. Dr. Flores?
Mr. President, I just want to clarify that once we're done, Mr. Miley, can you then go through the steps that we will take again, because you went through them really fast? Not now, but when we're done with all the interviews, then tell us what's next, Mr. President. I would appreciate that.
Sure, is that okay, Mr. Mobley? 12:30 in the morning, you're all right with that? All right, just want to make sure, we might be here that long. All righty, folks, thank you very much. We'll move on to public comments 2.0, and let me read our public comment directions before we get started. For Government Code 54954.3A, every notice for a special meeting shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for a meeting before or during consideration of that item. Individuals with comments related to item 3.1, candidate interviews, may do so at this time. Public comments will be limited to 5 minutes per person. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Comments on any other subject matter within the board's jurisdiction may be addressed during the next regular board meeting on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. As board members, we value the public's participation in our governance process and welcome your comments. Because this is a special meeting, only comments that are addressing the specific topic on the agenda tonight. We will not be able to entertain comments about general topics and invite anyone wishing to speak about something other than an appointment of a new board member to join us next week for our regular meeting. I encourage all speakers to remember that each candidate has put themselves in a vulnerable place by stepping forward to serve our youth. Please maintain the highest level of civility and kindness in making your comments tonight. All righty, we will start with public comments. I believe we have 6 in person and 1 online, and we will start with Dr. Treasurer Ortiz. Welcome, Dr. Treasurer Ortiz. Oh, we have more than 6?
Good evening, Board. Tonight, I wanted to speak to not a candidate specifically, but to the process. Because I think first and foremost, we have to understand that we will never fill the shoes of Margaret Hill. That is impossible to do, and setting any candidate to that standard is already setting them up to fail. What I hope that comes from tonight is that we will assess qualification above all. It is very easy to defend how someone is qualified to be in a position rather than how they align with you politically. And the ultimate goal in what we're doing here tonight is finding out a way to fill a seat to best serve the students and their parents for this next remaining term until November. Anything less than that is unfair and kind of the way we always do things. So I just want this tonight, for what we hear, for a decision to be made, that shouldn't be a shock to the people who are hearing the same thing you are. We have a lot of meetings where there's a complete disconnect. And be fair, we understand the split, we understand the things that are going on, but these people have come here and want to do something worthwhile for this community, and let's give everybody the maximum fair chance in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. Next up will be Dr. Samuel Gibbs. Welcome, Dr. Gibbs.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, members of the board, Superintendent Irvin, staff. My name is Samuel Gibbs. I'm Vice President of the West Side Action Group, commonly known as WAG. And one of the things you may not know is this year WAG is celebrating 50 years of serving this community and providing service to the west side of San Bernardino. Also, since this is February and Black History Month, some of you may not know that the first African American to sit on your board was Reverend Dr. John Wood, Jr. He was appointed to the seat in 1968 in December to fill Jerry Lewis's seat when he was elected to the 73rd District. When Dr. Wood was sworn in, he made a comment. He said, "I promise to always explore all sides of an issue to reach an effective decision." That was a powerful comment. We are tasked tonight, or you are tasked tonight, to replace the vacant seat that was vacated by the passing of our friend and a great community leader, Dr. Margaret Hill. I implore you to take that same quote that Dr. Wood had, to consider all options and to look at all angles before you make a vote, and to also look at all candidates. You have to remember that this is really about the 47,000 students, the parents in our community, the teachers, our superintendent, and the staff. Not about personal political agendas, not about personal political aspirations. It's about the kids. So, I ask you, before you make your decision, ask yourself this question. Have you made up your mind before you listen to every candidate? Did you come prepared with an agenda, with a quid pro quo to generate some votes for yourself? Or are you putting the kids first? Or are you putting your personal agendas first? Because when it's all said and done, it's really about appointing the right person that can benefit and make progress for the district for our kids. Give all the candidates your full attention, because remember, as you make and go through this process, the board and our community is on full display. We're dependent on you to do the right things because our kids need that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbs. Our next public comment will be Ms. Fatima Cristina Adame. Ms. Adame? Welcome.
Thank you, board members, superintendent, community members, and everyone else present. I thank you for your time. My name is Fatima Cristina Adame, and I am the local advocacy representative for the California Charter Schools Association. Our organization is a professional and membership organization that represents the over 1,300 charter schools around the state, including the 13 charter schools authorized by you. CCSA's vision is to build great public schools of joy and rigor that parents and all California students, for all California students' success, much like this district's mission. And I'm sorry, I might get emotional. Let me begin by sharing that I have withheld comment regarding the passing of Dr. Margaret Hill until now because I am still in denial and refuse to fully process her physical absence. The impact Dr. Hill had on the San Bernardino community, but more importantly, the impact she had on our public education sector is a void that will be forever felt by generations to come. Both her unwavering words and actions to support all kids was never a talking point. She lived that motto every day of her life and encouraged so many of us to do the same. Dr. Hill was unapologetic with her support of anyone doing right by and for kids, and she made friends across all party lines, which is why she is loved and will be missed by many. For that and for so many other reasons, Dr. Hill is and always will be irreplaceable. However, you are tasked with a temporary appointment to a seat she regrettably vacated, and I want her legacy to live through you as you move forward in this appointment process. No candidate who you interview will be able to fill Dr. Hill's shoes, as already been mentioned, but what they can do is honor her unwavering support, like yours, of all students. To the candidates wishing to apply to this seat, please understand that our children, our parents, our staff, our leaders have been through a lot over the last few years with the added pressures of a public health crisis. Timely action is necessary and political divisiveness benefits no one. Supporting all students needs to be priority number one, and that includes students attending public charter schools. Thank you for your continuing and unwavering support of all kids, and we look forward to your continued leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Adame. Our next speaker will be Ms. Jessica Garcia. Welcome.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. I come to you today as a parent, engaged parent in my students' education. Again, my name is Jessica Garcia, and I do have two students who are currently attending Indian Springs High School and have been in and throughout the Unified School District. I come to you today as a mentee of Dr. Margaret Hill, to ask that you dig deep inside your character, your integrity, and to make the best fit decision based on qualifications, based on the candidate's ability to engage and connect with the community. So often over the last, between all of the board members, you have board members who have been sitting there in your seat for 26 years, all the way down to 1 year. And if I did my math right, that's an average mean of 10 years combined. You've had 10 years to collaborate, 10 years to work as a team, a unified team, for the best interest of our students. And so often, our students fall in the cracks because there's so much divisiveness, as what has been said before me. I ask that you dig deep inside of yourselves. I pulled the questions for the application, which oftentimes I don't know if there is an application when there is an election period, but this is an appointment opportunity. And one of the first questions is, why would you make a good board member? So I ask you, why do you continue to be a good board member for our children? What qualifications do you have aside from the 10 plus years that you've sat on the board to continue to be a good board member, to collaborate together, to work for our students, and to be the best, to excel, to give them continued hope and praise when you have been so disengaged? So I ask and I plead with you tonight, out of the 19 candidates that you will see before you in the 4-hour stretch, don't waver, drink some water, chew on some ice, keep your mind clear so that you can make the best decision for our students, because we're counting on you. Election period is coming up again, and there's 3 seats aside from Dr. Margaret Hill's seat. And I hope and I pray that our community continues to make the best decision for our students. Because so far, in the past corona period and pandemic, the divisiveness and the unfairness that you have shown as a collective has been very disappointing, especially for your lack of our superintendent that you all unanimously chose. So I pray that you do not make the same mistake again, appointing someone unanimously to turn on them when their term is over or they're up for election. I hope and I pray that as this is a public system, that you pray within yourselves before you make that choice. That you ask, are you making the right choice? And what strengths do you continue to have to show to get our children to where they need to be? Because through the greatness, there are still plenty of weaknesses because of your lack of collaboration and the lack of inactive listening. Oftentimes when we listen to these board meetings, whether it's in person or YouTube, and I have my children present listening, many times my kids, 14 and 16 years old, have asked me, why do they keep asking the same questions over and over when they got the answer? So if a 16 and a 14-year-old can understand the information provided to them, why can't you? Again, I plead with you as an advocate for my children, for the children of this community, to dig deep, clarify your minds, take deep caution in who you will vote for and appoint, because it matters. It matters now for the rest of through the term, and it matters when you come back up for election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Next public comment will be Ms. Dortch. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Dortch? Welcome.
Greetings. My name is Professor Kelly Straight Dortch from California State University, San Bernardino. I am the Liberal Studies Coordinator and Professor of English. We have over 1,300 students in our major who are interested in teaching in your school district. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I have had the great fortune of having many of you come speak in my classrooms and for you to invite me to sit on your committees. And I thank you for that opportunity. And Dr. Margaret Hill was a frequent visitor of our students, and they always responded most favorably to her. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am here today to advocate and endorse the candidate Alex Avila. I've known Alex for over 10 years. We were grad students together. At various times, we've been one another's instructors. We have collaborated on community engagement projects. We have presented at conferences together. We've published together. We have taken students to conferences. We have taken parents to conferences. We have engaged in community publishing where we've included the parents, the students, our Cal State professors, administrators, staff members who will also speak later on today. I know that Alex is in the trenches. We are in the trenches every single day, and I have seen that man take abuse and laugh and walk away and be able to coalesce and unify people around a given important matter. He has worked with me on consulting with community engagement. We have written grants together. We have worked diligently on items that are very important to you, including bridging the equity gap, increasing underrepresented minorities within the educators' ranks, particularly men of color. We have 1,300 students in our major. We have one African-American man in the major. If you want to increase that so that our young boys can see themselves within the ranks of educators and aspire to improve themselves and be greater than what they believe they can be or what society can tell them they can be, you need Alex Avila on this board. You will not outwork this man, you will not out-unify this man, and you most certainly will not outlove this man. It would be my privilege and pleasure to continue to work with Alex in this capacity, and I hope that you will give that due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsch. And was that Dr. Dorsch by chance? I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you, Doctor. All right, our next public comment will be Mr. William Bashirs. Welcome.
Hello. It's been a while since I've been here. How y'all doing? It's hard to follow what Professor Kelly just said. I've worked with Professor Kelly for many years. I'm also here to endorse Professor Alex Avila. My name is William Bashirs. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Salinas Elementary. I'm the 2009 winner of the Golden Apple from this very district, and I'm the CTA Teacher of the Year for the state of California for 2020. I say that not just because I have an ego, but because the people that we've worked with made all this happen. We do a lot of innovative things on and off campus at Salinas, and I first met Professor Alex as a grad student. He was kind enough to donate his time. He later became a professor that worked with us. I've seen this man, like Kelly said, battle anything you could possibly manage. You will not outwork him. He's a wonderful person. He has a heart of gold. And we have a saying in Skip that says, you know, kids don't go to college, families go to college. It's not just about the student. It's about the entire family. It's about blurring the lines between the classroom and the home, and blurring the lines between the classroom, the home, and college. And he was a very instrumental part in that. Skip is a program that does various activities to very innovative practices, from arts to parent empowerment. We often culminate in a radio show that reaches over 1 million people throughout the Inland Empire. It is a true community. I know Dr. Flores came to our radio show a few years back. And if you want somebody that truly cares, if you want somebody that could take a punch, if you want somebody that is going to do the right thing, I've seen him do it. And that's the reason why I'm here. Please endorse Professor Alex Avila. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bashirs. Appreciate it. Our next public speaker comment is Councilwoman Kimberly Calvin. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Just for clarification, I am here tonight as Kimberly Calvin, otherwise known as Mama Kim, Executive Director of Acoma Unity Center. We must keep the two separate. In keeping the two separate, I am finding some similarities with the municipalities of our great city. Similarities that are making me very uncomfortable and unhappy. There's been some information circling through the community this week, and it's been quite disturbing. The information that has been circling through the community is that some of the applicants that are before you tonight were told by several board members that if they were not anti-Doc Rivers, Superintendent Doc Irving, same thing, that they would not be given consideration. Now, it was just hearsay up until this evening for me, because then what I decided to do was to call several of the applicants that I knew of and to ask them if they were one of those who had been told such things. Then it became very factual. One did say yes, that they had been told. If they wanted consideration, they would need to be anti-Superintendent Doc Irving. That, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing less than corruption at its finest. And what is so painfully hard to swallow is that it is to fill the seat of the great Dr. Margaret Hill, who we all know that if she was present and could in any way tell us how disturbed she now is by hearing this information that was, as I mentioned before, it was just hearsay until I was able to speak to an actual applicant who says that, yes, they were told that. Then they said that they were told, a phone call was made to them, and the board member apologized. One of the board members apologized for making that statement. Too late. Too late. What we in this city cannot do as leaders is continue to give the community, the constituents, the 47,000 parents of the scholars of this city doubt. Because then every decision that you make, every vote that you make becomes something that we must question. And as leaders, you're faced with that. You're now faced with having every decision that you make to be questioned. Questioned even from myself as executive director, teaching scholars, mentoring scholars, leading parents. When the budgets come out and the funding is not what we believe that it should be for certain areas, areas that target African American students, areas that target our most vulnerable students, we must now question you. And that is so unfortunate, because on the other side, we are also being questioned, and rightfully so, because history states and shows that there is corruption, so that the 232,000 constituents of this city cannot trust the folks who are elected or the staff who are chosen to bring forth the information for us to make decisions. This, ladies and gentlemen, is something that Dr. Hill, I believe, would hopefully stand up to tonight and state that this process has been tainted. And so I challenge all of you
Time.
to think about the same and make your own comment on whether or not this process has been tainted.
Thank you, Ms. Calvin. Our next public comment is Ms. Diana Rodriguez. Welcome.
Good evening, all. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm administrative support at the Liberal Studies program at CSU San Bernardino. As a member of the community and a lifelong student, I'm excited and honored to show my support for candidate Alex Avila. He's a dedicated colleague who I've known for almost 8 years, and who I've witnessed be a dedicated community engagement leader, student advocate, and someone who has always pushed for innovative educational growth. I've been very honored and privileged to be able to work with him and seen a lot of his projects come to life, from just being an idea to being something that is remembered by our students. I look forward to the opportunity to support his time with this board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. All righty, our next public comment is Amy Durante. Welcome, Amy.
Good evening. My name is Amy Durante, and I'm with Time for Change Foundation. We help homeless women and children in our community. And on behalf of myself, our founder, Ms. Kim Carter, and our director, Vanessa Perez, we are all here in support of Alex Avila. Just as Dr. Margaret Hill has been a faithful supporter to the work that we do ever since the beginning, Alex Avila has been the same. He's been a true supporter ever since the beginning. He's supported our mission, and we're here to support his. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Durante. All right, our next public comment will be Ms. Brittany Lopez. Welcome.
Good evening. I am Brittany Lopez. I am the resource coordinator for Time for Change Foundation. I am also here to support Alex Avila. Knowing him, he's worn many hats throughout his lifetime. He has many experience in different fields. He's a teacher, he's a CEO, and he's been a huge supporter of the San Bernardino community, and he would make a great asset to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. And our next speaker is, and forgive me if I get this wrong, Xochitl Quetzal Chagoya. All right, welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Xochitl Quetzal Chagoya. I'm a student. I'm actually a returning student, and I'm here to support Alex Avila. Forgive me if I seem nervous. I have been a student in this district for who knows how long, and it wasn't until after I graduated that I met Mr. Alex Avila. He has pushed me and supported me to go back to school, and honestly, growing up in this district, I feel like it failed me until I met him. He has pushed and supported so many children through so many ages throughout the whole school district. I have got the privilege to work with him, to learn from him. I have been a student in his English class. He's encouraged so many students that my friends that I didn't know that he taught were like, wow, like, you get to work with Mr. Avila. He's the reason that I did an education. He's the reason why I want to be a teacher and come back and teach in this school district, because they feel that the school district has failed them. And it just is very inspiring. He's even helped my, she's only a second grader now, where she feels like she doesn't want to go back to school, and this was even before the pandemic. And right now in this time, I feel like it would be an honor to have him represent us as students, to be our voice and to help, and to help guide us. He has a vision, not just because he says so, but because of so many actions he's done and supported in this community and the education system. And if I'm being honest, the board should be 10 times honored to have him as a member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chagoya. Appreciate that. Our next public speaker is Kisha Mcgee. Welcome.
Good evening, board. Most of you guys know me. I'm a organizer with ICUC, also a parent that has 2 kids in the district. But most of you guys don't know that I'm a product of Dr. Hill. I first met Dr. Hill when I was young, and my foster mom was busting in her office saying, oh, my foster kids can't get the same treatment. Why? Because they're foster youth. And they went to blows with each other that day, but they walked out with one agenda, and that's making sure foster care was represented in our school districts. And she stuck with me, and she's one of the reasons why I came back to even do community organizing. And when you guys decide a person, decide with someone that's going to sit beyond that seat, that's going to take the time to encourage, that's going to take the time to build, that's going to take the time to make sure even a little old foster girl has a chance to be something in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. All right, next public comment is Mary Grace Diasis. I hope I said that right. Welcome.
Hello, and yes, you were able to say my name correctly.
Thank you for the long A. I saw that.
No worries. So, as I was introduced, my name is Mary Grace Diasis. I work as an early intervention specialist with Creative Home Programs. I am an honored graduate of March 2020. I got to get out right before things got a little crazy. But in that time, as an undergrad, I had the privilege to work with Professor Alex Avila. I am in complete support of him becoming a potential member of this board, because not only did he strive to make a difference, he strove to do something heroic. In undergrad, as a lib studies major, we were told about so many educators going above and beyond to provide for their students, to not only teach them the basics, to not only go over curriculum, but we hear about educators that changed lives. Now, the thing is with Professor Alex Avila, he not only talked about it, he walked that walk consistently so, to the point where any student that had the privilege to work with him, my goodness, we were told, we were shown what it was to be that educator, to not just talk about it. So the beautiful thing, if he can be on this board, is that he can help so many more educators not just talk that talk. We can actually do it because he's done it. For me, I'm working right now with a community of little ones who are constantly have everything against them. As an early intervention specialist, I work with babies who have so many developmental delays. They literally have everything put against them. And not only does it hurt sometimes to help them learn different skills, it challenges me as a person. It challenges me as an educator. But the thing is, I learned a beautiful value of perseverance because I got to see the difference that it can make in these students' lives. And this board, this city, and every single individual that gets to work with Professor Alex Avila, we're only for the better of it. And I hope that somehow, some way, we'll have all the right people in all the right places. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diazis. All right, that is it for in-person public comments, I believe, and want to thank everyone again for being here this evening and voicing your concerns and your support. I believe we may have one online comment. Ms. Cunningham?
It's not online. Our Iris is going to read it for you.
Okay.
It was in Spanish.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Thank you, Iris. Welcome.
Good afternoon to all of you. After my failed attempt to submit a public comment online, I am doing it by this means. As a mother of 2 students of this district, I express my full support for Professor Alex Avila as a candidate for the San Bernardino Unified School District Board of Education. With certainty that, in the time that I've gotten to know him, that have been more than 4 years, I admire his commitment, especially to the community of San Bernardino. He has actively been looking for opportunities for our youth with different programs, among the ones I can mention SCIPP, Students in Coyotes Instructional Poetry and Prose, in collaboration with the SBCU, CUSD parents and teachers, and CUSB, and SB Now that brings different opportunities to our city according to the needs that have been presented. His collaboration is not limited to educational areas since he works with the arts. He is involved directly with children and youth in our SBCUSD, SBBC, and CUSB communities. In addition to this, I emphasize my admiration in his achievement as father and human being, since he is an excellent mentor for many of us with his example. I trust that by electing him as an SBCUSD Board of Education member, he will represent the SBCUSD students, their families, and the community in a fair, empathetic, and responsible manner. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much. I believe that was that Ms. Cervantes?
Yes. Yes, it was.
All right, thank you very much. All righty, I see we have one light on. Dr. Dowdy Rogers?
I do. Can you hear me? I know sometimes this mic is not good over here. Yes, I want to say first and foremost, thank you for all the comments, and I'm not going to belabor the time, but I want to thank everyone for their comments, and I also want to thank all of those for acknowledging the wonderful and continuous legacy of Dr. Margaret Hill. Having said that, sitting here and knowing this board, I think to a degree, where there have been times when we heard from our community and we reacted immediately. And I have to say tonight, as I was listening to our comments and having gone through the process of being appointed when I first got on this board, I am concerned, I am challenged by the statements that I heard tonight. Now, I don't know, I don't see any other lights, so I said to myself, perhaps we were just going to move forward. But I cannot, in good conscience, move forward knowing that we've heard some concerns that will affect this very process that we are here to do tonight. And I know we have the county here assisting us with this process, but I find it very important tonight to pause and ask you, Mr. President, as we're here, because I'm speaking to the president as well as to the board. What we've heard tonight have raised concerns for me, and perhaps maybe other board members, I don't know. But this, what we've heard tonight warrants us to either know what the next steps will be or not be, because I would not want to be one of the 15, I think, candidates now, and we do know initially it was 19, now it's 15, and I don't want to waste anyone's time, because I wouldn't have expected that of me when I was appointed to this board. So I need to know, where do we go from here?
All right, thank you, Dr. Rogers. I believe Ms. Rosales Medina was next. Ms. Medina?
No, I too was very, more or less disappointed, honestly, because, it's not, it's, of course, during October 6th, there was an incident where some of us board members have, well, at least for me, I'll just speak for myself, have had issues, with how things have been managing. But with that said, never have I once connected or said anything of that sort. And so when someone comes to the podium and says in general that they heard from several board members or a few board members, and of course it points to me too, not just maybe other board members, but to me. And I find that as an insult to my integrity, because I have not once have I connected with a candidate and said anything of that sort. And I'm sure I haven't spoke to any of those candidates. So I'm appalled, and I'm really hurt, because I know we as elected officials, we try to make sure that we know things are said that are not true. And sometimes we unfortunately can't say anything. But in this moment, I'm taking advantage only because Rogers spoke up, and I thought, you know what? No, I'm not going to be accused of something I did not do.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Mr. Tillman? And I do have to apologize, the lights are not working.
I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I think this is part of the process. I think it's beautiful. I think I approach politics a little different than other people. My goal here is to make sure that our students get the best education possible. So I try to ensure that we put the right people in place to allow it to happen. Now, I admit that I have my own personal perspective on how that happens, because I've been doing it for a lot of years. And the children of this district mean a lot to me. And when I see folks get mistreated, when I see employees get mistreated, then it upsets me. Now, the hardest part about this job are the laws that govern us that don't allow us to speak publicly about personnel issues. Councilwoman Calvin understands that, I'm sure, because she's on the city council, and there's certain things you can't say in public about personnel. But that drives the actions that we take. And I make no apologies about fighting for the students, the parents, the teachers, and the staff of this district. And I think this process is perfect, because this process allows us to interview the people, hear what they have to say, and pick the best candidate for the job. And after that, we'll vote. We'll have 2 elections. There'll be one to fill Dr. Hill's seat, and there'll be one to fill to run against the 3 board members. And as Mr. Gibbs said, he has already said his group is against me, and I appreciate that, because to me, politics is a peaceful substitution for warfare, and that's the game we play. And I appreciate it, because in the end, it does work out. You get the best candidates in place based on the voters to choose who they want to represent them. At this time, it's this board that's seated right now. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Ceballos?
So I also want to thank everybody for coming out and, sharing their input and concerns. I, as well as Dr. Rogers, am very concerned, because it really does put a question mark above all of us. If comments like that are being said in the community. Whether it's true or it's not true, there's a saying in Spanish that says, si el río suena es porque agua lleva, which means if the river's making noise, it means it's got waters or rocks in it. And I don't know to what degree that's true or not. I'm not making any accusations. But again, it's a reminder for us, for all of us up here, to be ethical, to just lead with integrity. You know, politics aside, and, you know, Mr. Tillman and I have, you know, discussed this at times, and we have different perspectives about it. But aside from that, we should all be leading the community with ethics, with the priority of students in mind first, not divulging any information that is in closed session. We've had several instances come throughout the last few months, you know, with an individual coming to, you know, a public meeting, saying some things that were, you know, raising some of our eyebrows. And so we need to be mindful. And I hope that this is something, you know, obviously the community is you know, being alerted, raising red flags, whatever it is. This is just, for me, a reminder that we all need to work as a board member, regardless of what your politics tells you, with integrity. And so just like Ms. Medina, I don't want to be associated with that. So.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Mr. Mobley?
I just want to say that we have 15 candidates at a duly called meeting waiting to be interviewed. The number was larger. We had some no-shows, and we had some candidates drop out after they applied. As moderator, I'm a neutral party. I've not heard any of these accusations prior to tonight. I will share with the board that we did have an orientation meeting with the members, the candidates. None of them expressed a concern over the process. We did go through an explanation, had opportunity to answer their questions. We drew the names in a random order in full view of all of the candidates. So I believe I would recommend to the board that you go ahead and proceed with the interviews. You not ask any follow-up questions or substitute questions of any of the candidates. And then when you have finished your interviews, you can move into deliberations. If you want to have some additional comments from me, I'll be glad to provide what I can. But again, we do have 15 candidates that are gone through the process that are waiting to be interviewed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mobley, for your recommendations and your direction. Dr. Flores?
I'll be brief. Thank you, President Wyatt. I want to thank everyone for coming today and also for their public comments. It's appreciated. All of your comments are appreciated. And I have faith in us. I have faith in my colleagues, our board members, that we will make the best decision possible. And we have agreed to disagreed. We have that motto. And you know, when it comes down to the final, it's the votes that count. And so I just want you to know, from my perspective, we do respect each other, and we have respected each other, and I have faith in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and I'll just make my final comments as well. You know, as Mr. Mobley said, we do have 15 candidates here. They have dedicated their time and their effort to be here. As we said earlier, it takes a lot of courage to come up in front of everybody, come in front of this board, publicly announce yourself, present yourself for an opportunity to be on this board, and I appreciate each and every one of them, as well as my colleagues up here on the board as well. I appreciate all of you and the board comments. I agree with Mr. Mobley. We will move on with the process, and we will bring our first candidate for an interview, and that will be Dr. Elsa Valdez. Thank you.
And Dr. Wyatt, will you be giving us some further instructions as what will happen after at the end?
We will, after the interviews, we'll talk about the deliberation process when we're done with interviews.
Okay, so my question is again, twofolds. One, I don't think my question was answered from earlier, that if the process is seeming to be challenged, is there some direction that even if we move forward, what will happen then thereafter before we even certify? That's my question. And then my second question is the order of the list. I know we have it in front of us, but you didn't determine whether we were going to go this way or that way. Should we move forward? Or are we supposed to remember the question?
Well, let me look at the questions
Yes,
first of all,
because
Dr.
they're lined
Rogers.
out 1 through 6, but I do want the answer to, will we be looking into the process before?
I think Mr. Mobley could answer that while we're looking at the questions real quickly.
Well, I'm not sure which board member has taken which question. The first interview, we'll figure it out, but I would encourage maybe the president can indicate what order, what member asks which question.
Point of order? But I think everybody knows what question they're going to
I
ask.
don't remember. That's why I'm asking, because it's something
And
got changed.
both of us, we should let Mr. Mobley finish, I think, before we ask any more questions, please. And we have sent out the order of who will read what question, and we'll pull that up real quickly,
Okay.
so we know which question each person will ask. Mr. Mobley, can you please finish?
Well, you know the order, I do not. Perhaps, Mr. President, you could just repeat the order at this time. Who will ask question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
I was going to look that up, but the question from Dr. Rogers is if the process and the decision, if one is made tonight, is challenged.
May I address that when it comes time to your deliberations? Thank
Sure.
you.
All right, so we're down here over here. A couple of us, Dr. White, are just trying to, we don't remember what we submitted because only one was chosen.
I have them right in front of me. So the first question, which is number 1, is Dr. Gwendaddy Rogers. Next question, which is number 2, is Ms. Maya Ceballos. The next question, which is number 3, is Dr. Barbara Flores. The next question, which is number 4, is Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. The next question, which is number 5, is Mr. Tillman. And the last question, number 6, is Dr. Scott Wyatt. Does everybody know which question they have? All righty, let's go ahead and bring our first candidate. Thank you, sir.
Working on it.
As our first candidate comes forward, I would remind all parties that there's 15 minutes. The candidate will begin with an opening statement, and then the board members can ask their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mobley, and welcome, Dr. Valdez.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and staff. Just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I've lived in San Bernardino for about 30 years. I've also taught at Cal State for about the same number of years. And I did attend public schools, but I grew up in the Coachella Valley, so I'm very familiar with the value that public schools bring to our communities. I went to UC Riverside, completed my doctorate degree there in 1991, and I have 3 children. 2 of them went through the school district and graduated. I'm also a grandmother and great-grandmother. And so I've always been interested in the schooling process in my community, not just because I was on the school board, but because one of my areas of teaching and research has to do with education. So that's always been a keen interest of mine. I am semi-retired. This is my last semester teaching at Cal State. So I'll be fully retired as of May of this year.
Thank you. And your first question is, what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Thank you for the question. I think the role of public schools is to work with students and teach them through the various stages of their lives. Also to make sure that they're well-rounded individuals so that they can be productive members of society. I also think that it's important for the school district to focus on the whole child, not just academics. So by the whole child, I mean make sure that they have the academic skills that they need to be successful, but also to help them master academic content and to know about the issues that affect their community and come back and hopefully give their community, whatever they can give them back, I think is very important. Another thing that's very near and dear to me is making sure that students fulfill the A through G requirement. I was on the school board from about 97 to 2011, and the A through G requirement has always been a challenge for all school districts, not just this school district. So I think that's another role that, important role that school districts need to make sure that they're on top of things so that we can get our students fully prepared. Let's see, did you ask, Gwen, did you ask me the second question about the board's role in fulfilling?
Yes, I did.
Okay. For that, I'd like to say that I think that the role of the board is to make sure that they develop policies, that they give direction to the superintendent and staff to implement the policies that they formulated. And also very important to acknowledge public comments and district feedback as well, because working together as a team, I think, is one of the strengths that this district has, particularly with parent engagement and parent participation. I also think it's important for the board to keep the district focused on student learning and achievement. And then finally, maintaining accountability so the students continue to learn and be successful.
Thank you.
Okay, question number 2.
Thank you, Dr. Valdez. So, second question, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
A couple of things, I think. Number one, as you know, the COVID pandemic has resulted in a lot of students losing ground and falling behind. And this, of course, is going on at all districts, not just San Bernardino. So I think that I would like for the board to develop a plan that will address the academic achievement of students that have fallen behind and have a really detailed and concrete plan that staff can put together and allow, of course, for public input, parent engagement, and so forth. And so that's, I think, one of the things that I would like to accomplish as a board member. A second thing is, again, going back to the A through G requirements, I think not just this district, but other districts have always have had challenges being able to increase the rate of A through G, number of students who complete the A through G requirements. I would, as a board member, want to focus on that issue because we know that not all students are on a track to complete the A through G requirements, so that's always been a passion of mine, is to make sure that students are academically prepared if they wish to enter a four-year institution, that they have an opportunity to achieve the A through G requirements. And then the last thing in terms of what accomplishment I think of contributing to the board, and that is making sure that there's enough funding and resources for the superintendent as well as the staff and other administrators so that they're able to do their job efficiently and being able to ask for funding in collaboration with community input as well. So those are my goals.
Number 3 question, what do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? What factors led you to identify these priorities?
Okay, the first one is I understand that in talking to the superintendent that the plan is to have parent centers at all of the different schools. And in addition to that, I would like to see what are called wellness centers. I know the district has previously discussed that at other board meetings. But the value of the wellness centers is that it addresses not just the physical, but also the emotional well-being of students. It also gives students information in terms of supporting community agencies that they may get services from. It also provides them with life skills. And so these wellness centers, just like the parents' centers, would not just give services to families, but it would also be integrated into the school culture. So I believe that if you have a parent wellness center at each school, that will only improve the A through G achievement, and also give parents a place where they can go and ask any questions or discuss any concerns that they may have. A second budget priority is, again, going back to the students that have lost ground, having some kind of plan so that these students can get caught up with their academics, and also make sure that the teachers and staff have the appropriate resources to be able to implement any kind of plan that the district comes up with. And finally, another very important budget priority is to fund the COVID leave for employees. I think that employees should not be having to use their sick days if they get COVID, because that way the sick days can be used for other things. My job at Cal State San Bernardino actually just approved hazard pay that faculty will be receiving proactively since August when we started classes. And they also just approved raises, which will come in 2-year phases. And I understand that currently the unions are negotiating with the school board, but I really feel strongly about making sure that district employees do have a COVID leave in place, a policy that will give them the opportunity to be able to not use their sick leave. And then those are the 3 priorities. Now, what factors influence this? I went back and I looked at a lot of the recorded previous school board meetings to see what some of the priorities are for the school district. So I got a lot of information from there. I also went to the website for the California School Boards Association, as well as the CTA and the County Board of Education and the State Board of Education. So I was able to get and glean a lot of information by doing my research, which is what I do for a living anyway. And so I was able to bring some of those ideas to you tonight.
Got
Okay.
6 minutes.
So then I'll go
Dr.
ahead
Valdez.
and ask the next question. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a board, as a member of the board.
Okay, very quickly, since I'm running out of time. I'm a past board member from 1997 to 2011. I'm a strong advocate of parent engagement and involvement. Also, my background in the field of sociology has given me 30 years of experience in research, best practices, special education, social inequality, and community partnerships.
Dr. Valdez,
Yes.
identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Okay, one of the recent decisions which I strongly support is the face mask resolution. Now, I know that not all parents and community members are, on board with a face mask mandate. However, I feel that if it keeps the students and districts safe, I think it was a great resolution for the board to pass, especially because the board was following federal law, local, regional laws, and at the same time balancing, community concerns. So, there's been a lot of input from parents and community groups regarding this issue. And I think that the resolution, again, it has some teeth, and it also keeps our students and districts safe. I also think that when looking at board policy, I don't just use my personal values or beliefs to come to a decision. I also look at research-based science, what are the best practices, what is our community telling us in terms of what they would like to see. And a big component of any decisions that I've always made is to look at the bigger picture and the smaller picture, and then bring those different perspectives together and hopefully come up with a policy that works for the majority of families.
Okay, Dr. Valdez, the last question, question 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
One of the accomplishments that I always like to look back on was in 1998, there was a Proposition 227, which would have eliminated bilingual education from the school districts. And so during my tenure, I was instrumental in forming a task force made up of, educators, counselors, administrators, who put together a plan with input from the parties and they came up with a plan where we were able to keep bilingual education. Today it's known as English learners, but I think that that was quite an accomplishment for this district, considering that we were one of the few districts that was able to keep a bilingual education or English learners program in place. And of course, that wasn't just my decision. You know, we're a 7-board member at that time, and so it was a collaborative effort. And so I think that collaboration is very important to be a school board member. Another way that I've been involved was at Cajon High School. This was after my tenure. I was instrumental in helping parents develop what's called a Latino Advisory Committee, where they elected officers, and it was in place for several years. And then when COVID hit, of course, we weren't able to meet once we were dealing with the virus. But the plan and the goal was for other schools to also develop their own Latino Advisory Committee, which would not just deal with English learners, but the goal of the committee was so that it would include all Latino students, because even though historically the district has had English learners known as a DLAC, and each school has their own ELAC. The issue is that it doesn't address all the needs of Latino students, because not all Latino students are English learners. And so the parent advisory group that we formed was very successful. We worked with administrators at the school, had monthly meetings, brought in speakers. In some cases, the kids went on field trips. And it was really good experience for the mothers and fathers that were involved, because they were able to acquire leadership skills. And we used a democratic voting system to elect the officers. And so I think that that was a real success. And I would like to see that, whether you select me or not, implemented at our local schools, because it really got a lot of parents involved at Cajon High School. Also, in terms of informal mentoring, I do a lot of mentoring for students, not just from Cal State, but from my local families, from my neighbors, where I help them to fill out the FAFSA for financial aid, which can be very complicated. Also helping them to fill out admission. For example, if they're applying for admission at Cal State, I worked informally with a lot of students in my neighborhood and in my church and in the community. And I still get calls from parents to this day. If I can answer questions, or sometimes we'll do it over the phone. Lately, I've been able to do it in person, but for the last couple of years, it's been mostly through the phone that I've been doing the informal mentoring. So those are a couple of examples of things that I've been doing in my community. I was also the coordinator for ethnic studies at Cal
Hey,
State.
Dr. Valdez, that's time. I apologize.
All
But
right. Okay. Well,
thank you for
Board.
thank you for
Thank
being here
you.
tonight and your desire to want to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board.
All right. Thank
Have
you
a good
so
evening.
much. Thank you.
All right, our next candidate is Viviana Romero. Welcome, Ms. Romero.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Sorry. And then I can take my mask off, correct? Yeah? Okay. Did I get started? Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Viviana Romero. I am an educator. I have been working in higher education for about 6 years now. Most recently, right now, I serve as an admission counselor at a four-year university. So I am really passionate about working with young students, accessing college helping them also through the admissions process, just thinking about what's best for the future, what are some of the goals that they want to achieve, things that they want to do. I was born and raised in LA until my parents made a decision to move out here to San Bernardino and Rialto, so I'm very familiar with the area. I was able to attend some of our schools here in the community, so I think that really impacted me in wanting to pursue my higher education and really navigating what it means to be first generation, what it means to be a daughter of immigrant parents and being able to be the first in your family to access these resources, to be able to, just bring a lot of this knowledge at home and also be able to just work with future students for them to be able to achieve, those goals and those dreams that they have as they're pursuing their education as well. So that's my introduction statement.
Thank you. And question number 1, what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? And what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Yes. So I feel that the board's purpose is to provide a well-rounded education, to help, to work with high school districts to be able to provide that curriculum, to provide the resources that students need, really diversify their extracurriculars when it comes to athletics, when it comes to different like STEM and engineering programs, art programs, any vocational programs that would be helpful to them, doing like dual enrollment classes, initiatives that would help students to advance their education in high school. So really providing these opportunities for staff, students, counselors, other staff members in the districts to be able to carry on those activities for the students and for the community as a whole.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
Yes. So it would first and foremost be an honor to be a part of the board, but I think being able to just increase graduation rates and making sure that students are aware of all the resources that they have, taking advantage of all the academic opportunities that are available at their high schools. I know sometimes as a freshman, 15, 16 years old, they're navigating, what it means to be themselves, learning to become a young adult. And so I think as much as we're able to prepare them during those 4 years in high school, it will be crucial for them to figure out those next steps, whether they decide to attend college, whether they decide to start working full time, they may be young parents. So anything that would, help them in that stage, in those young stages of their life would be kind of what I would hope to be able to work with students. And I think just being able to also just serve as an advocate. Like I mentioned, I am really passionate for working with students and most specifically underrepresented students because I have those identities myself. And so being able to just be in a space where I can represent that, where I can just advocate for others is really what I enjoy doing.
Thank you. My question, number 3, what do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Yes. So the first priority that I would address would be having infrastructure for continuous support for our counseling services. So knowing that our students right now, also through the pandemic, had navigated a lot of challenges in their lives, and so making sure that they have access to counselors, to nurses, to other staff members in their high schools that would help them to provide that additional support outside of their homes. Transportation would probably be my second issue. Priority to address, just because if we don't have our students going to schools, then our schools wouldn't function because we need students to be present. And knowing that in a lot of our communities, there's a lot of Latino, Black parents maybe working 1 or 2 jobs. And so making sure that at least transportation is always going to be taken care of. They're going to know when to go, just be able to rely on those resources for them would be one of my other priorities. And then just advancing the curriculum. And so knowing that education is shifting, being flexible and willing to integrate new initiatives, new educational models, maybe, other field trips that would be critical to the students' learning. So just being able to just advance that curriculum to make sure that students are getting, books, new, learning strategies that would help them advance and be in par with what's happening, some of the current events that are happening in the world today.
Okay, I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a board member, as a member of the board.
Yes. So I would bring in, I think, my passion for education, like I mentioned, serving as an advocate, really working with that next generation of students, making sure that as they're transitioning from year to year in high school, as they're learning to figure out what are those next steps that they want to do in life, just being able to serve as that resource. I've really enjoyed working with students in higher education, and I think in that K through 12, those prior years are really instrumental in who they decide to become later on. And so I would definitely, bring my all my life experiences, my positive personality, my identities, willingness to listen to others, having an open mind. So those are the qualities I would bring to the board.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Yes. So with the pandemic, I know the end of January, beginning of this year, there was a letter that was sent home to all the students and their families, letting them know that if a student in their classroom tests positive, then there's going to be like a group testing that happens in the classroom. And I was really just in awe when I received that letter. I have a younger sister, she's 14, who's a current freshman at Arroyo High School. And just knowing that, our district, that our board really values that safety and that well-being of the student is really important. And so for me, going through that letter, being able to conduct these testings, is really important for our students, because their well-being and their safety matters, but then also the safety of the staff and the counselors and all of the administrators working in the high school. So being able to implement a change like that, knowing that, sometimes when you go out and do a COVID testing, there may not be any appointments available, or it may be far out from, where the student or you're living or where your home is located. So knowing that that's something that is being taken serious and that, was appointed through the Board of Education and is being implemented in high schools. To me, that was a decision that I definitely agreed with. I thought it was something that should have been implemented early on, or, as new cases, as the cases keep increasing, that this was one of the priorities that the board had in mind for all students.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. And question number 6, please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community and or the San Diego City Unified School District.
Yes. So, like I mentioned, through my position as an admission counselor, outreach into high schools is something that I already do. So working with all of the high school counselors, and so being able to, plan these visits, talk to the students early on from, their first year, second year, doing college fairs. And so really, through my work, I do a lot of that outreach already. And so just being able to continue that as a board member, being able to continue to build those relationships with other staff and administrators would be helpful as well. And then, for me, it's one of my missions, one of the values that I always carry myself with is giving back to your community. And so for me, that's something where, because I really embody, I think, a lot of the just the identities of living here in San Bernardino. And so I think that's something where I see the future that is growing, that is evolving, and I would like to continue to be a part of that.
All righty, Ms. Romero, thank you again for your time and participation. and your desire to be on the San Bernardino Unified School District School Board. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, our next candidate for interview is Ms. Leticia Garcia. Welcome, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening. Let me get situated here. Somebody left their mask here. Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and start? Okay, good evening. My name is Leticia Garcia. I think most of you know who I am. I certainly know who you are. I've been living in San Bernardino for the last 11 years. I have 2 children currently, well, one currently in the district and one just recently graduated. I'm a former teacher here. I taught at Arrowview Middle School for several years, taught 6th grade, language arts and social studies. And I loved every minute of it. It was awesome. Excuse me. So, a little bit about what I've been doing. I haven't been coming to a lot of the meetings because, for the most part, I've been pretty happy with the education that my kids were receiving, and comfortable with what was going on. I trusted the board that was here. It seemed like you guys were moving in the right direction, making good decisions, and I was really caught up with my children succeeding. So, but then I started realizing that it's been kind of selfish of me because a lot of their peers are not succeeding in the same way. So I'm here because I would like to help with that. So obviously the passing of Miss Hill is very, tragic, and she cannot be replaced. So, but I'm here to try to fill the void and help this board get back to what it needs to be focusing on, and that's student achievement and our kids, and having all kids succeed, not just mine, not just some of the kids in the district. So hopefully I'll be able to relay some of that in the answers that I give you here tonight. Do you want me to just go ahead and take?
Thank you. I'm going to get you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Question number 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Well, public schools were created to make sure that children and communities were given a free and a safe environment to get an education and become successful learners and critical thinkers, and hopefully go out into the world and be able to do whatever they want to do, whether it's continue with higher education, go directly into the workforce, or go to work, or even military. And so it was a way to build our students up so that they had the capacity to do that, and that they were able to be successful in those things. And also create situations where they had equitable education. And that kind of has been my idea of the main purpose. The main purpose is to take kids in the community and educate them and make sure that we're focusing on their achievement and their success. The second part of that question, the board's role, is, for us to be able to create and implement policies to promote that, and to make sure that that's actually what's happening, and to make sure that we have the finances to promote those policies and create those resources for our learners. With the main goal always being, the end result is to create lifelong learners and students who can go out into the world and do the things that they want to do and create the lives for themselves that they can create. We always hear this, that all of our kids have potential, and they do. And so that's, part of our role as board members would be to make sure that we can help as many of those students reach that potential and reach their goals. So that's my answer for number 1.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
So I would like to come on the board and kind of help bridge some of the issues and gaps that we're currently seeing as a board, because I think that we're maybe getting away from the things that are really important. And the things that are really important is to make sure that we have a goal and a plan to help kids succeed, to help create better levels of student achievement. Right now, we have, unfortunately, some of the lowest performing schools. I know we don't like to talk about it, but it's true. Some of the lowest performing schools in the state, and we need to address that. We need to address those things, and we need to help change that. And if there is a plan to address that, then we need to promote it, tweak it, make sure that we can figure out a way to make that happen. At the end of the day, it's always about doing whatever we can so that kids can achieve, and I want to be a part of that. I have experience, and I know one of my biggest things is that I know how to be a board member. I won't need very much of a learning curve. So, but helping get back on track and, making sure that it's kids first, always.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Question number 3, what do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And the second part is, what factors led you to identify these priorities?
So I think that we have some issues that we definitely need to focus on in terms of budgeting. I would like to see ways for this board to address the issue, the dark cloud that's looming over us, and that's the decreased enrollment issue. That's going to be problematic coming up in the next budget fiscal year. We're no longer going to be held harmless, and we're going to have a decrease in funding. So one of the things that is happening throughout the state of California is that kindergartners are not enrolling on time or at all in some cases. So I think something like implementing a very aggressive promotion to get TK and kindergartners in school on time, and maybe expanding TK to make sure that we're getting those kids right from the beginning as early as possible. That's one thing I'd like to see this board focus on. Another thing is maintaining and expanding class size reduction. So a lot of schools are currently supposed to be having a ratio of 20-1, but many unfortunately are not. So I think that we need to focus on making that a priority and expanding it. There's no reason why we can't do more than 4th and 5th, 6th grade. Why can't we do the higher grades as well, at least into middle school? Because just because the state tells us that we only can, that the minimum is this, we can still choose to spend our dollars on expanding that, and I would like to see that happen. The other thing is, our teachers are it's an incredible situation that we're putting them in. There's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of responsibility. The changes, everything with the pandemic, we need to pay our teachers a professional salary. So I would like to see us spend more money on increasing salaries and making sure that we have qualified and quality teachers, because if we don't have that, then kind of what are we really doing, right? So, so we have to make sure that we take care of our staff and teachers and make sure that we have quality individuals. And that's going to take paying them a professional salary for professional work. So those would be my priorities.
Great, thank you. I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
So as I stated, I do have some experience. I was on a previous board in another city. And so I know the Brown Act, I know this government code, I know the legislation, I know the ed code, I know how to create policy, implement policy, I know how to, I understand creating resolutions, and all of that is the kind of a thing that I will not have to learn on the job. I mean, if you appoint me, I'm ready to go on day 1. I don't have to learn anything. I'm ready to go. I understand the budget, I understand everything that goes into voting, doing due diligence. So I would be ready to go right away. And I think that's, important, because sometimes it takes a while to learn and understand kind of what's in front of you, and I have that advantage.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Okay, so this is a difficult question because we can all feel certain types of ways about votes that go down. But as a prior board member, I know and understand that I don't know everything that you know. So I wouldn't say that there's a lot that I disagree with. And I don't know everything that I would need to know to make that kind of a statement. But what I do know, for example, this is not a board policy, but it was more like a policy by the district, where we were going to implement the testing. You guys talked about it a little bit last week, and we got, as parents, we got a notice that the kids would be tested like every day. But I think that the approach, and there was people here that were talking about how they didn't want their children tested, they didn't want their kids vaccinated, and they didn't want their kids wearing masks. And I think that, and I'm sure that a lot of things were explored, but some of the things that I would have explored were, you know, maybe having a situation where you don't test kids every day, because I had COVID in my household, and everybody doesn't test like within the time for like the next day or the day after. Sometimes it takes 3 days, 5 days, 10 days for the other individual to test positive. So that wouldn't have really worked. So I was thinking that we could create like quarantine rooms where kids who are exposed maybe could spend time doing the work in there and then test them, you know, to see, because there's no reason to send a kid home if they can still be in school, if they don't have symptoms, if they haven't tested positive. So just looking at things kind of outside the box. And the same thing with, you know, individuals who have every right to not have their children vaccinated or masked. Create opportunities, learning opportunities remotely or through home study, or find some way to, you know, make sure that they still have access to instruction, but not forcing them to do the things that they really don't want for their child. So just things like that. And it's not really a disagreement, because it was just a discussion. And I know that COVID has been very challenging for every district, but just talking about different things that we could do.
All righty. Ms. Garcia, number 6, please. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community or the San Mateo City Unified School District.
So I have been, actually I have a lot, but probably the more important things that I do is I've been an education advocate here in the county for many years, 20 years or maybe longer. So I work with a lot of families in special ed and help them to navigate the system and make sure that their kids are getting the services that they need. I haven't had to do a lot in San Bernardino, but I know that there are a lot of advocacies that are done here, but I haven't had to do that many. But that is something that I have done for many years. I'm involved in a lot of civic groups. I also do pro bono work for women who are in domestic violence situations, and I help them with their legal paperwork and kind of help them with the process of getting away from that situation and getting help and getting divorced and custody of their children. So I do that pro bono. And I also have been helping students in the district and elsewhere with matriculation, consulting kids on how, like what college courses to take, how to go to college, things like that, applying for scholarship. And I've been working with the Scholarship Association for ESL students for many years. Our organization helps them. And this is an organization that takes essays, college entrance essays, and edits them and helps those kids make sure that they have you know, a good paper and an essay to turn in. And I have to say that in doing that, I have discovered that we are not doing a very good job at teaching our kids how to write in terms of sentence structure, just the mechanics and the grammar. So that would be something that I would like to see us up our game in, because it's so important that they not get to college and get discouraged because they have to be in remediation for so many years. So that's something that I would also like to see happen. But yeah, other than that, I do a lot of things, but mostly what I've been doing for the last few years is really focusing on my kids and making sure that that they get the services that they need. I have one in special ed, and then the other was on the spectrum. She's now in college. So that's what I've been focusing my time on. I want to say that I do respect each of you here, and I do think that all of you do have the best interest of our students at heart, and I would love to be a part of, you know, keeping that going, making that happen, and pushing the district forward.
All righty. Thank you again, Ms. Garcia, for your time and participation and your desire to be on the Samuel City Unified School District School Board. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. Our next candidate for interview is Mr. Alex Avila. Welcome, Mr. Avila.
How we doing, beautiful people?
Good evening.
Good evening. All right, I start?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, my name is Alex Avila. I'm an educator, and I've been in the community for 20 years, working with your parents, working with students in the school district, and just being as best as I can an advocate and supporter for communities that have been marginalized for many years. Some of the students in our school district are hold dear in my heart. I watched them when they were in elementary school, and I watched them graduate. Some of these students, I used to visit them at their homes that were filled with drugs, guns, and I had to convince these students that they can be successful, that they can change the legacy and be pioneers for their families, create a new legacy. And I only say that because someone did that for me. Mi padres son de Honduras, Central America. My parents are from Honduras, Central America. My first language is Spanish. I learned English in school. I had to learn how to be diverse, how to work together with other folks who were different than me, right? And with that being said, it was important that I showed that we can change the legacy for our family. My mom, she only graduated, well, she didn't graduate. She went up to 6th grade. She didn't go past the 6th grade. My dad dropped out in 9th grade. I was told I was not college material, that there's no way a person like me can actually become an educator or writer or producer. Well, I'm glad to say that I'm a professor, English professor at that, as a Spanish speaker. So I understand struggle. When I see our students, I see the challenges in their eyes and their faces, because they too have been taught not to believe in themselves. And I, working in a community that I've been working in so long that I love, have been taught that when you receive love, you give it back. We gotta love our children. We gotta love our parents. We gotta love our community. This is one of the best cities, one of the best communities in the area, period. Unquestionable. So for me, I'm passionate about this area. I'm passionate about these parents. And, you know, I just want to thank all the CBOs, all the educators who believe on me. I want to thank anybody who invested their time and energy in me so that I can give it back to the community that needs it the most, right? And these are our children, these are our families. So that's why I'm here, and I'm excited, and I'm ready to rock and roll when you are.
All right, question number 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
So the first thing is the board's role is to serve the students. And one of the things is we have to work together as a team. Because as we align our goals and our agenda for these students and these families, we will not only raise successful students, we'll raise successful communities. And so I feel like the board's purpose is one, at the center of the student. making sure and ensuring that every student has access to opportunities to be successful in this lifetime. And that's what I believe the board role is.
Thank you, Mr. Avila. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
To be a great team player. You know, the narrative in San Bernardino is that we can't work together. But I'm here to say that we can work together. We can find ways to figure out what ideas we align with and support that and build on that. So I feel one of the greatest things that we can do is work together, especially with the legacy that Dr. Hill has left. A team player, someone that's built a legacy in this region, that has built something that's going to be here for years to come. And so for me, I think one of those is being a good team player, a good supporter, or whatever the board needs. How we can work together to support our community, to support our students who are the primary in this region. So that's what I believe.
Thank you. I have question number 3. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And the second part to that is, what factors led you to identify those priorities?
So we have a challenge. Let's not pretend that we're not dealing with COVID. Let's not pretend that we're not dealing with the great resignation, right? People quitting, resigning from work. Let's not pretend that we have families who could barely afford to live in their homes, who could barely afford to buy food. So let's not pretend that we don't have an incredible amount of challenges. So one of the priorities I feel for the board is to deal with the pandemic. We know that the next few months we're going to go from pandemic to endemic. So what is going to be the instructions? How are we going to get people back into the classrooms? How are we going to get teachers back into the classrooms? Staff support, right? So I feel budget is going to be a conversation. And that budget is going to have to deal with retention, recruitment, because we're going to have to blast through the airwaves and say, this is the best place to come work. This is the best place to come teach. This is the best place to come learn. So the pandemic is going to be one, right? The other that I feel is going to be a quality as well is enrollment. I don't know about you all, but having a child at home and during the pandemic has been interesting. A lot of these students have struggled just to do Zoom classes. The decline in retention and even engaging in classroom has been dramatic. How many students were fatigued being in front of that screen for hours at a time, trying to comprehend, trying to learn, trying to get a degree, a certificate? So now these students are coming back into the classroom. Now, how do we re-engage our students? How do we get them excited about school? So I feel another part of the budget has to be enrollment, making sure that people are excited to come back to the school, excited to want to learn here in San Bernardino School District, because that's, I think, is a priority for us. And also for teachers to want to teach here. So I believe those are going to be definitely priority. Another one is going to be support staff. So it's not just teachers and students, but secretaries, aides, you name it. There's a list of people who support the school system. So we just can't leave them out as well, right? So what do we do with the folks who are support systems in that infrastructure? So I believe and I feel that those 3 budget items has to do with, 1, getting people back into the classroom and dealing with this post-pandemic or endemic, if you will. The second thing will be enrollment, getting students back into the classroom engaged. And the third is the support staff, the support system, to keep the students and the infrastructure up and running. So that's what I feel those 3 budget items are. And again, that has to do with my experience working with students. I've worked and collaborated with CBOs in our communities, Youth Action Project, Young Visionaries, you name it, there's a list of them, right? So I can go down a list of folks I've been working with. And their parents that they work with, it's been a just, like, what do you tell a parent when their child is failing class who was an A student? You just say, you know what, keep believing, we can fix this. What do you tell a parent who's been sleeping in their car doing Zoom classes? We got you, we can figure this out. What do you tell teachers who've been demoralized and say, you know what, today I'm not coming to work? How many teachers have gone absent or quit during this era? Unprecedented. We've never seen that in the history of the school district. So just from conversations with parents, educators, and so forth and on, and I just want to say that those experiences taught me that as a school board, we can change that. We can change the narrative, and we can become a support system and rebuild this city, rebuild this school district, and rebuild these students to be confident and leaders again.
Thank you. I have the next question, number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I'm a team player. I learned a long time ago, you cannot do anything by yourself. There's no I in team, and it's all about working together. I've helped work with coalitions for years in the city. Now, homeless programs, I mentioned that earlier. When I was at CCLM and I was the cultural director, I helped build the clinic, but I didn't do it by myself. We had a team to create affordable health care right in the heart of San Bernardino, 3 blocks from San Bernardino High School. A shelter for homeless people, right? Now, how was that created? Again, that's with a team of people, we're partners. So one of the things I bring to the table is being able to work with people in all kind of capacities, whether it's grant writings, ideas, supporting whatever policies that you're trying to push forward, working with parents in the community, working with CBOs, teachers, you name it. I'm a team player. And that's been one of my strengths. That's how I survived out here in the city of San Bernardino for so long, you know? And so, again, part of that has to do with the importance of understanding that everybody here has a strength, everybody has a talent. And if we work together, we can do amazing things. So I bring the ability to work with folks. And I had to learn how to do this. Growing up in New York City in the Bronx, speaking Spanish was not cool in the 80s. And let me say that there was nothing cool about being black and speaking Spanish. I was getting jumped by Puerto Ricans, blacks. They was like, what is this? An alien, right? So I had to learn how to navigate, how to talk to people, right? How to work together with people who thought I was the enemy. I was just different, right? So I had to show people how to come together in the midst of diversity. So that's something I grew up doing. So yeah, I speak Spanish and English, right? My mom to this day speaks no English, but we communicate very well, right? And I say that because I understand most of the people in our district and our families deal with that same challenge and that struggle.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Great question. Pretty long, by the way, but I love it. I think one of the decisions the school board made that I supported, that I'm pretty sure was a struggle, was bringing students back to school during the pandemic. Any school board that has to deal with that choice is a tremendous choice. How do you deal with people being sick, students being sick, testing, right? But I understood the importance because we saw the decline in student performance when they were home. So we have to figure out how to bring them back, right? The digital divide some of the students were dealing with. They didn't have the right technology, right? The right system to take classes or do exams. So one of those, and that's a historical thing to do, by the way, right? Deciding to come back during the pandemic. And I did support that. I thought that was the right choice. Even though many seemed politically, you know, there was some issues, but the reality is they had to come back. Talk to the parents, you know, who were trying to figure out what to do day in and day out with their kids. So yes, coming back to school was one of those.
All righty. Last question. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
So I work with the SKIP program, which is one of the award-winning programs with award-winning teachers that involve teachers from the school district, that involve parents, students, and we were bridging the gaps. You talking about career pathways? These were basically pathways to education. There were students who didn't even step foot, who lived across the street from Cal State and some of these schools, and never stepped foot on campus. It was the first time through our program. And so creating that bridge pathway was important. So that was one of those programs. I'm also the co-founder of the Pan-African, Latinx, Asian Pacific, and the First People Center at Cal State San Bernardino, because I saw the importance of bringing these services to our students and our families in the community. I'm also a partner and work together with a bunch of coalitions in the community. Right now, we're looking at grants about 600 million, if I'm correct, or 500 million to bring into our communities for career pathways, right? We're writing that grant right now, and one of those grants is SURF, and then we also have another grant with the K through 12 regional grant that's coming out through the Governor Newsom's that we're working together with IEGO, GIA, and all the other partners, and the Black and Brown Collective. And so, anyway, I have experience working with community members, writing grants, putting policies to place, and implementing things that create impact for a long time to come. But anyway, I want to say thank you. I appreciate you, amazing, beautiful people. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Hill. May she rest in peace, and may somebody take that seat and hold up a legacy and do it right. Blessings.
And thank you, Mr. Avila. And Mr. Avila, is it Dr. Avila or Mr. Avila?
You can just call me Alex. Yeah, that's okay.
Well,
Alex is fine.
We'll be formal, but thank you again for your time, your participation, and your desire to want to be on San Bernardino Unified School District School Board. Thank you. All righty, our next candidate is Rachel Garvin. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Garvin. I am a teacher in a neighboring district. I am a mom of a future student in our town. I'm also a student at the moment myself, and I am a product of our school district. So I know what our kids are coming from. I know the neighborhoods they live in. I've gone to school all over our district and teach in Rialto now, so not too far from our community, and I'm pretty happy to be here tonight.
All right, we will start with question 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
So I feel that the role of the schools is to make sure that our students in the long run are thriving, successful, in whatever capacity that means, happy, and in the end, responsible, respectful human beings that we can be proud of as they finish our K-12 system and head off into whatever takes them from there. I think that the school board has the responsibility to be another set of voices to balance out teachers in the district, parents in the district, to add a different perspective. Generally, the school board comes from a lot of different backgrounds. And so as the school board, you get to help make those decisions to guide our kids into being those respectful, responsible, wonderful human beings that will make San Bernardino proud someday. And that's a tall task, but I do believe it's kind of as simple as that. We have a big responsibility that can be kind of trimmed down into one little mission statement that means that we're all trying to do the best for our kids to create good grown-ups later on.
Thank you, Ms. Garvin. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
I would like to be a voice for students and teachers right now. As a classroom teacher at the elementary level, I know what our kids are seeing. I know what our teachers are seeing. I know what they've been experiencing through this really rough past couple years. and I understand what our goals are for the future, what we are trying to combat. So I'd really like to be able to be that voice of experience and help our kids get to where we wanted them to be, where we thought they would be from 2 years ago now, we can say. Get us back to whatever our new normal is and keep progressing.
Thank you. I have the third question. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
I think that we all know that our district typically does not have affluent backgrounds. We are not a very wealthy community. And I feel like our students deserve every opportunity, access to every tool possible that an affluent community would have. So I think that our budget should be focused on that, first of all. Secondly, I want to make sure that we are retaining teachers and that we are making sure that they have pay and benefits that is going to bring the best and the brightest to help us with our goals on educating our students. Thirdly, I would want to make sure that our facilities and the tools we have at our facilities is best preparing our kids for whatever their future should be, whether that's a college route, whether that is some sort of trade route, or whatever thing is going to make them happy in some sort of entrepreneurial or other fashion. So that way our kids get everything they need, in my opinion.
My question is next. Please summarize, number 4, please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm a classroom teacher right now, so I have been in the trenches, and I'm still in the trenches with our kids. And when we talk about learning loss, I'm seeing it. And when we talk about social and economic issues, when we talk about social emotional learning, I'm seeing all the struggles our kids are having, whether it's losses at home, whether it's having not been around their peers. I know what's going on. So I can bring that right now. I also, like as I said, I am a product of our district. I've gone to schools here from kindergarten all the way through my master's program. So I know what our kids need. I know what they're experiencing. I know our kids. I was one of our kids. I still am one of your kids. So I would be able to bring real world experience and past and a caring for my own community. Because this is me, I'm San Bernardino.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
So I talked to a teacher I know in the district, someone I respect, have for many years, and I asked her this question. Because clearly I follow more of my own school district that I work in. I follow San Bernardino at times because you know that San Bernardino and Rialto do some of the same things, and our communities work together very well. She said amongst her peers that she was most grateful for the fact that there had been attention to teacher salaries and that the district had made sure the teachers were taken care of. She also felt really grateful that the district had been so careful during the pandemic in staying in distance learning. And I was so glad that she said those 2 items because those are something that I saw in Rialto Unified as an employee as well. So I'm very proud that the same thing was happening in this district as the one that employs me and that they saw the value in that. Not everybody around stayed on distance learning last year. I'm grateful that Rialto did, and I'm grateful that San Bernardino did. And I think that's something that I would want to carry on, that care and making sure that we're making the best decisions for our kids, for our employees, taking care of our community as a whole.
All righty, last question. Please share any volunteer experiences that you've participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
I do some community work with my sorority from Cal State San Bernardino. I also, as alumni, obviously, also with a women's group called PEO. I have done more volunteering as of late in Rialto Unified through my union, through other organizations that we've created. But I have not been an actual volunteer since many years ago in San Bernardino when I was subbing and when I was going to college, and I got to spend a lot of time at Lincoln Elementary. And that's a place that's close to my heart still, teachers that I've kept in contact with that have been mentors. So it was fun to be able to work with the children and later on be practicing, putting into practice those skills that I got while I was volunteering.
All righty. Thank you again, Ms. Garvin, for being here tonight and your
Thank you.
participation and your desire to want to be on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board. We appreciate
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. All righty. Our next candidate for interview tonight is Miss Tanya Rhodes Hensley. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Rhodes Hensley, and I am a former employee of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. I worked in the district for over 27 years, both as classified and certificated. I taught special education. I was a testing coordinator and an academic coach, serving both teachers and, when requested, administrators, and doing staff development. While I worked for the district, I also was a university professor teaching literacy, special education, mentoring, coaching, testing, and working with different teachers throughout our community. I taught at National University and Azusa Pacific University in those functions as adjunct faculty. I am not only an employee, a former employee of the district, I'm also a product of our district. As many of you know, I graduated from Cajon High School, as did both of my children. We raised our children in our community and have been very involved for many, many years. And I'll talk about that at the end. So with that said, I'd like to start answering questions.
All right, we will start with question 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
The basic purpose of public schools is to provide a free and appropriate public education for students, all students, in the least restrictive environment, meaning giving students the opportunity to learn in what is conducive to their needs. As far as the function of the board in fulfilling that, we not only set, review, maintain policies and procedures, we work with the superintendent in looking at how those policies and procedures are implemented and followed through throughout the district. We remain fiscal responsibility, which is extremely important in providing an education and providing what is needed for students, looking at making sure that all of our district employees feel valued and that they're worked with. We have what's needed in classrooms, transportation, throughout the community in servicing our students, our families, family engagement, and then also looking at academics and evaluating curriculum, what curricular needs are, how to implement those, community partnerships, pathways, and how to build our students and strengthen them so that when they go to college, they go to trade school, they go out and work in the community, they are very competitive in the skills that they take forth.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
So there's several things, and students are always first, right? We need to look at our students. We need to look at how they are performing, what they need to perform, and what we need to do to strengthen that performance. But we also need to look at providing fiscal responsibility so that we have world-class facilities, we have systems in place, and like I said, making them very competitive. And then career pathways and looking at academics and how career pathways tie into that, their social emotional learning, tie into their families, their opportunities that we provide them to go out and be strong, competitive citizens throughout our community and the communities that they go to college, and bring that back and continue to build us.
Thank you. The next question is, what do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
So I encompass students as the top priority. And within that, looking at career pathways, how academics tie into them, social emotional learning ties into them, looking at the engagement that it brings for the families to come in and the opportunities that it provides. So I would encompass all of that under students and how we move forth. The other thing that I would look at is literacy. And literacy for me is extremely important. I was a literacy teacher for a long time. Within literacy, I wrote academic English mastery curriculum. I have a degree in behavior and diversity from UCLA. Basically, I went back 20 years ago and looked at what I had done in behavior and diversity, and that was not a focus necessarily in our district. And when I worked within the classroom and did those things, I always tied that into what I did, and it was just looking at where our students are and what their needs are and how to engage them in learning and make them excited about being there every day. So I look at literacy as an avenue to give them opportunity beyond school. And that can be everywhere, right? So that would be my number 2. And then number 3 goes back to fiscal responsibility. How are we managing what our teachers need, our students need, what we're putting into the community, our engagement center that we just purchased, all of those things we're working on, I know. All of those things, how do we manage that fiscal responsibility so that when we're accountable to the public, we can have those conversations on decisions and what we've done and the why. So when I look at each one of those things, they're evident, right? Why would I look at students? Why would I look at literacy? And then fiscal responsibility. And those are all just things that over time are extremely important.
Thank you, and I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
So I have been on several boards. I've been president of boards throughout our community. One is National Charity League, the mother-daughter organization. I was vice president of philanthropy as well as president of the board, so I have board experience. I am on the Assistance League board in resource acquisition. I'm the vice president, as well as their strategic planning chair. As far as what else I bring to the board, I have a lot of connections in the community and being able to have conversations, being able to sit down and talk about what's important, what our needs are as a district, what our needs are as a community, and look at making those connections for making things happen. For instance, most recently, I decided that in doing PR with our PD, I wanted to make a connection with the district, and we came up with a literacy and law enforcement. And so First 5, I reached out to them, and they donated about 600 books. We had 2 lieutenants read the book on YouTube, one in English, one in Spanish. It's a kindergarten level book. We have put that out to the district, and then the books will come out to the district as well. ThinkWise helped partner with that, First Five, the police department, myself. And so it's just bringing those partners together and building our community.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
So I want to kind of speak as a parent with this. My daughter was a senior in the 1920 school year, and that affected our whole family. My husband was still employed by the district as an administrator. My daughter had just graduated, and then I had the other daughter that was still in school. And when I look at that, it was extremely difficult watching her flourish one day and then go into Zoom the next day, and the toll it took on her social, emotional, her whole persona as a person. She's my social butterfly, and she just withered, right? She still does not like to attend college online. She likes to be on campus. So what makes me think it was extremely difficult and hard is that decision as a board to look at, and many of you have students, I'm looking at faces, your kids went to schools when my kids were there, and it's that conversation of how do we keep our staff safe? How do we keep our students safe? How do we look at our community and what needs to happen? And even though, as a parent, it killed me to watch that going on, right? And have her doing school online, the teachers still trying to interact with the students, still trying to make it fun for them every day, and then looking at what's going on in homes behind. I went into action with Assistance League, and because we couldn't do our Operation School Bell, I had the conversation and I said, we can give them backpacks. And the students that still have those needs, a lot of times there's a hard time for them to organize materials. I said, why don't we give them a backpack full of materials that they need? They can put their computer and everything inside of that and put it in the corner if they need to, so that they have their place for their stuff. So I just started going into that, what do I do to make things better for our community?
All righty, question 6, last one. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
You guys said I only have 15 minutes. So I mentioned National Charity League and the fact that I was on the board. I did that for 8 years between the two daughters that I have, which gave me many connections in the community as far as Childhood Cancer Foundation, as far as Santa Claus Incorporated. And that really was the bridge to working with Assistance League and a lot of the work that I've done with Assistance League. And of course, this year I'm ball chair for the Headdress Ball. It's our 60th annual Headdress Ball. And working with getting dental services to children in our district, in the community, sealants in classrooms, getting Operation School Bell. They will buy 2 to 3 outfits per student. And so all the funds raised go to that. And I've done Assistance League for 6 years now. I did National Charity League for 8 years. I have worked with extremely high-risk, high-need students in several ways, meaning what I did as far as taking them to different places through tennis, giving them opportunities down at Indian Wells, to having, being the chair for Rotary Life Youth, which is a Rotary Life program, and an advisor, and bringing those students to the Headdress Ball, having them dance in it, giving them the soft skills that they need to be able to function in a different set of norms than what they may be used to functioning within, giving them the opportunity to network with different people in the community that they may not necessarily see, adults, understanding how that works. Most recently, I had the opportunity to have breakfast with the district attorney the other day at a Kiwanis meeting. And I asked him if he would come speak to our Rotary Life youth on his civil liberties program. I invited the explorers from City PD. I invited the district explorers and cadets, and they are both confirmed to attend, as well as the Rotary Life youth program, which is about 56 students approximately, to come, and we will be having the DA come out and speak to the kids about civil liberties, responses, interaction, and so on. And so just organizing those opportunities that our students may not normally have, right? The conversation of, is there another group of students you would like? For instance, San Bernardino High School. I'm working on talking to them right now, getting their students out as well. And just opening those doors for our students in the community. The last thing I would like to say is, última, estoy una persona que habla español, leo español y creo que es muy importante que tenga comunicación con los padres y estudiantes en español. So basically what I said is I read, write, and speak Spanish.
Sorry, Ms. Hensley. It is time. So thank you again, Ms. Hensley, for being here this evening and for participating. And we appreciate you wanting to be and serve on San Bernardino Unified School District School Board. All righty, I have had a request here to take a quick break. Hopefully, folks don't mind out there, but I think we have to do a little bio break here. So if we can take a recess of 10 minutes and return at 8:07. Thank you.
Huh? What?
Oh, I was looking at time. So number 13, I think, dropped out.
I think 13 they said. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh,
6.
it was beautiful. Alrighty, folks, it is 8:07, and as promised, we're going to continue. So let's go ahead and sit down and get ready for our next candidate. Thank you very much. Alrighty, and our next candidate this evening is Miss Pamela Montana. Welcome. I gotta keep us on pace, folks. Let's go.
You're doing it.
I'm breathing hard.
Good evening, Miss Montana. Welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. I was looking over there.
Turn on.
Yeah, that's the board.
Yeah. Hi. I can go ahead and get started. Good evening, Superintendent, school board members, community members, and stakeholders. My name is Pam Montana. I have been part of this community for 40 plus years. San Bernardino is my home. I graduated from Cajon High School and went on to San Bernardino Valley College, earning my associate's degree, and then transferred to California State University, San Bernardino. I ultimately graduated from California Baptist University with my bachelor's in liberal studies and my master's in education, curriculum, and instruction from Azusa Pacific University. My passion for education was not immediate. I was working my first job while attending college when a woman who sat in my section told me that she thought I should become a teacher. I said, nope. I want to be a sports broadcaster. This woman did not give up on me. And due to her persistence and seeing my potential, I changed my major from communications to liberal studies. I began my career in education as an instructional aide for the San Bernardino City Unified School District. I was hired as a substitute teacher, which led to me being hired as a permanent 4th grade bilingual teacher at Roosevelt Elementary. I later worked as a Read 180 teacher at Muscoy Elementary, teaching language arts. I currently work as an educational liaison with the County of San Bernardino, advocating for foster youth in our county. I believe that the highest purpose is to live in service. I am a member of Kiwanis of Greater San Bernardino, where I had the honor of serving as president for 3 years. I am currently the chairwoman for Women United of Arrowhead United Way, where I also mentor and work with young women in the areas of education, financial stability, and health. Who knew that that woman who persisted, I become a teacher, would influence not just my life, but countless others. And I can bet that there are many here today because of her inspiration. Thank you, Dr. Margaret Hill, for paving the way. It is largely because of her that I stand before you today, and why I will also run for the board seat in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first question is, what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
I believe that the basic purpose of public schools is to ensure that our students get a quality education. Listen, all our students learn differently, but we need to ensure that we provide them with the right resources that they will need. They're the best investment that we're going to make. And as a board, we are held accountable for that. Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Montana. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
Well, as I mentioned in my opening statement, that the highest purpose to live in is service. I believe that we need to show our students how to do that. As a mentor, as somebody who works with youth, I highly encourage them to continue with service in our community. Whether they go to school here at our community college, whether they go to Cal State San Bernardino, or they go away to college, I strongly encourage them to give back to our community. I hope that I continue my service. I hope to inspire, and I hope to engage our young ones. Well, I say young ones, but our young adults. It starts with us, and we are the example for them. You know, when people talk about San Bernardino, I've lived here my whole life. And yes, you do hear the negative talk about San Bernardino. And when they hear them say negative comments about the city, I said, well, what are you doing for the city? Are you involved in a service organization? Do you mentor? Do you volunteer? And that's what I would encourage our students to do. I tell them I've worked with students a young man who graduated from Arroyo Valley High School, who didn't speak any English, whose parents came from Oaxaca, yet he managed to get a full ride scholarship to Cornell University and is now working at a prestigious business firm in Boston, Massachusetts. I talk about how 2 of my Cajon alumni started up their own financial nonprofit organizations, 2 classmates, who now provide that financial information to other young adults, to teach them, do you know about your credit score? How do you read a bank statement? How do you invest your money? These are students that are products of San Bernardino, and these are just a couple of examples. So when you ask me what I wanted to accomplish as a board member, it is to instill that. It is to instill doing service for your community, that you give back, because I am only planting that seed. And I hope that in turn that they will do for others as I and others have done before.
Thank you. This is question number 3. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
I think we need to be data-driven. I think we need to look at our past data. And that will give us an indication of where we need to go. Listen, we live in an unpredictable world where things just happen. We don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next. I think we also have to have reserves. We have that reserved for a rainy day. Also, we have to look at the influx of our LCAP money. You know, I have worked and I continue to work with the different subgroups, from English language learners to low income to GATE to special education students, foster and homeless. So we need to make sure that those funds are there to help them so that they have the resources. And if I can add one more thing, we also need to retain our people here, our workforce. We have good people working in our district, and we need to keep them here so that way they don't go somewhere else. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Number 4, please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Besides my being a former classroom teacher and working with foster youth, mentoring, volunteering, and being a leader in organizations, I bring communication skills. I believe that communication is key, and everybody has a voice, and we need to bring that to the table. I also believe that, listen, I'm not going to have the answers and the solutions for everything that comes up. But what I feel that my strength is that I'm a connector. And I can, if I don't have the answer, if I don't have the resources to assist, that I can go to someone else, or that I can go to an organization, that we work together, that we collaborate for the benefit of the good. And finally, compassion. My heart is there, and I have the compassion to do whatever I can, whatever I can do for our students and for our community. So communication, being that connector, and being compassionate about what I do.
Ms. Montana, please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, state considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Wow. I don't know why I stayed home on this particular day in April. I can't remember why I was home. But I remember this day as if it were yesterday. I remember hearing sirens, literally from the back of my house, from my backyard. And, you know, I remember thinking, something bad must have happened. But I never thought that it was due to a shooting that happened at our own elementary school. We hear the news, we know what happens. We know that somehow guns are brought into our school. You hear about Columbine, and you hear about Sandy Hook or Virginia Tech. But you never think that it's going to happen to a school in your city, in your community. And I remember thinking, how do we come together from this tragedy? How do we pull together as a community? And safety concerns, the safety of the students and the staff had to take precedence over everything. People were looking to you, board members. How are you going to react? How are you going to reassure the community that it was safe for their kids to go back to school? I had a niece who was in kindergarten at that time. And I saw that changes had to be made. IDs now were required every time you went into a school. Doors and locks were going to be installed. You know, Mr. Tillman, you went to Roosevelt High School. I taught at Roosevelt High School.
Elementary.
Pardon?
Elementary.
Oh, yeah. And we know the layout. The older schools have that same layout. So the doors and the locks had to be installed, but not just at North Park Elementary, but also at the other schools as well. And people looked to the board to see how you were going to react. Mr. Tillman, you said in a board meeting shortly afterwards, you said this wasn't a time for us to start to go against each other. But it was a time for the community to come together. You're absolutely right. Dr. Rogers, you said that the parents needed that adequate input. Mrs. Rosales Medina, or Medina Rosales, you said that every parent, no matter what, should be able to voice their concern. And you also addressed an issue that it may be taboo, but it's something that's here, and that is domestic violence. So I commend you on that. As a community member, I felt compelled to do something. Now, I didn't know Jonathan, I didn't know Miss Karen, but I didn't have to. I mourned as a community member, as somebody who was saddened by the loss of these two innocent lives. And I remember that evening, I remember there was going to be a service. There was a service at Our Lady of Assumption Church. And I remember I felt compelled that I needed to go. And it was there that I saw the outpouring of community members, strangers, friends, but we were all there together to support each other. And that's what a community does. San Bernardino has experienced their share of tragedies, but yet we rise because that is who we are.
Alrighty, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Well, being a Kiwanis president and member, every year we put on, well, this was before COVID, but for years we put on the annual toy drive at Mount Vernon Elementary. Not only do we get community members, school police there, and other members from our community, we also give out other resources. I'm involved with Women United, where we give presentations to the young women at Pacific High School, at Arroyo, at San G, teaching our young girls how to prepare resume writing, Operation Student Recovery, Read Across America, being involved with Del Rosa and the Read Across America and other events that they have there, Principal for a Day, Reading Buddies, and of course, our mom mob. That is what I truly miss, and I truly hope that that can come back one day. I think that's my time.
Alrighty, Ms. Montana, thank you again for being here tonight, for participating, and for your desire to want to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, our next candidate this evening is Mr. Henry Nickel. Welcome. Good evening, Mr. Nickel.
There we go. Good evening, honorable board members. I appreciate you taking the time this evening and appreciate your consideration among so many talented and qualified candidates this evening. I understand I have an opportunity for an opening statement. Okay, well, I just wish to introduce myself. My name is Henry Nickel. I'm a 14-year resident of San Bernardino's northwest area near Little Mountain and Marshall. I bought my first home here. I was born in San Bernardino, got my graduate degree from Cal State San Bernardino, was elected to our city council and served for 6 years our community. And it's an honor to be here this evening. Over the years, I've got to know quite a few of you here on this board, your staff, and I have great appreciation for the work you do for all our residents, young, old, at all levels of learning and understanding in all age groups. It's been an honor over the last 6 years as a council member to work with you on various initiatives to move our community forward. San Bernardino is a very strong community, a very capable community, a community that has great potential. And I think we as board members have an obligation to serve this community, to better this community. And I believe that over the years we've done so, and I look forward to continuing the work that you have all done and that we have done together, and hopefully bring some of my understanding and expertise as a former council member and as an employee of our county. We have tremendous resources in this community that if we work collectively and work as a team with our partners at both the city level, the county level, and advocate at the state and federal level, we can really move this community forward and improve outcomes for all of our people, all students of all ages. So with that, I look forward to your questions, but just wish to end on this. In addition to being a council member, I also served in this district. I was a substitute teacher from 2015 to 2016. I've worked pre-K to 12th grade. I've worked in special ed, worked in physical education, science, math. I've been in the classroom, I've been in the trenches. I know what our teachers are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and I have great respect for our educators. They have tremendous challenges every day, but it's a very rewarding experience to be in our classrooms. And I look forward to helping them get the resources they need to improve the job that they're doing, to better the lives of our residents, of our students. So I bring both a teacher perspective, I bring a community perspective, and lastly, I wish to end on this. My husband and I are fostering 2 young girls, a 7-year-old and a 15-year-old. And I pay attention to what happens in their school. I pay attention to what they're learning, and I look forward to them having very productive, fulfilling, and happy lives. And I think what we do on this board is essential to ensuring that that happens. So I come with a parent perspective tonight as well. So I look forward to your questions. And again, thank you for this honor. And I wish to end by just saying I believe these are huge shoes to fill. Dr. Hill was someone who I had great respect for. She may have been small in stature, but she has giant shoes to fill. And I can only hope that I can help fulfill the role that she played on this board and the commitment she had to our community. So with that, I look forward to your questions.
All right, question number 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
I think our role as a public school system is to ensure that all students, regardless of age, develop the knowledge and the skills and the proficiencies required for college and for career, for civic life, for economic success, and that occurs within a safe and welcoming, effective learning environment. That's sort of the bottom line. That's the overall goal. And if we do that, if we stay focused on that, I think everything else that we do, if it's aligned with that, will fulfill our mission.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a board, as a member of the board?
Well, I think there are 3 things. I'm very concerned about our teacher shortage right now. I think we have a very significant job to do in the years ahead. I know what you're doing in terms of aligning curriculum, moving this district forward. It's going to take a lot of very good, qualified educators to make that happen. And we have to work to attract that talent and to retain that talent, and perhaps even to develop that talent. And so I think that is our primary objective as far as I'm concerned, as my primary goal. I think we also have some improvements to make. I've been very impressed with what the district has done over the last few years in terms of improving on various metrics. But I think there are some metrics that we do still need to see some improvement on. Absenteeism, obviously that's something we need to work on. And I look forward to working with my colleagues and working with our staff, working with our community to identify ways we can do that, perhaps in terms of collective impact and things we can do within our community to improve the quality of this community. I believe what the quality of our community has a direct impact on our success as a school district, and I think that that's something I can bring to the table, being a former council member and being involved in our county workforce and economic development department. And then finally, I think we need to really look at how we increase that college and career readiness. And coming from the workforce background, one of the things I work in every day is data, really understanding where the jobs are, what are the hard skills, the soft skills that are needed so that our students have opportunities once they complete their school careers. And so I think I can help bring some of that to the table and bring some of those resources to the table and some of that collective impact that's needed to really move the needle on some of those metrics where we're still needing to see some improvement. So those are the three things: eliminate teacher shortage, reduce absenteeism, and increase college and career readiness.
Thank you. Question number 3. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Dr. Flores. Again, getting back to the teacher shortage, I think attracting and retaining teachers, obviously that is our and that's what our budget is primarily focused on now as well. I think it needs to continue to be a focus. And just looking at the fact that we are having such a challenge filling those positions and having stability in terms of the core of educators that we employ in this district, to make sure that we have continuity in the classroom, continuity in the learning environment that our students need to really have in order to succeed. We need to make sure we attract those good teachers to our district, and that we do everything possible to keep them here and retain them. Creating a safe, healthy, and welcoming environment on our campuses. It's a combination of things. It's not just, ensuring we have more safety and more enforcement, but we also need to make sure that these are welcoming places, that students feel welcome, that they're encouraged to take advantage of the great opportunity that they have through this district and the opportunities that are available to them. And I think having a welcoming environment as well as a safe environment and a healthy environment. I mean, obviously, as we come out of COVID, I think we're going to need to understand, by and large, we're going to have to live with this virus now and understand what it's going to take resource-wise to respond if and when we get spikes and elevated cases of COVID, or perhaps something else that may come along in the future. I think it's our new reality, and I think we need to understand how we adapt to that, and we ensure that we accommodate that and that it doesn't disrupt the learning environment that we have to create. And then finally, I think developing programs that are aligned to improving student post-education success and opportunity. And that really comes with that collective impact, really working alongside all of our partners, both within this community and at the federal and state level, to make sure that we, as one of the largest districts in the state and the nation, get the resources that are necessary to meet the needs of this community that has a lot of need.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. I'm going to be asking you question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board, the strengths you would bring.
Again, I'm a former substitute teacher. I come with the perspective of having actually been in the classroom, actually been on many of the different school campuses that, throughout this district. Again, all age levels, all subjects. I've seen it. I've been in the trenches. I know what our teachers are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And I know some of the conditions that they confront. I've seen very good I've seen the good, bad, and the ugly. I'll be quite honest. I've seen some really remarkable campuses. We have some truly, I think, remarkable facilities and campus and staff. I think all of our staff, I've been very impressed with the quality of staff that we have, the principals, the other staff teaching our teachers. They're really good, dedicated people, and I want to make sure that we have good facilities that can ensure that they can do their job well. So I have that background as a teacher. Again, I have 6 years of city council experience, 6 years working with our county workforce and economic development department, our workforce board. So making that connection between education and skills and attainment and success in terms of our workforce. We need that alignment to make sure that we're working with all those partners, collaborating with all those partners that need to be engaged to ensure our students are successful. And then finally, I've worked on education. I've been a board member I know what it takes to do the job that you have to do, and I understand the value of collaboration and consensus building. So I bring that as well.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
I think there's been two issues recently. Obviously, we had some challenges with the superintendent, you know, in terms of the community and in terms of the board. I sort of relate that to my experience as a council member and city managers. You know, we've burned through a lot of city managers in this city, and over the years, I've come to understand the need to really understand the delicate nature of what we do as board members and to make sure we balance both the passions of our community and the need to ensure stability at the top. So I don't really differ with the decision you made. In fact, I respect the decision you made. I understand the decision you made. Also, the vaccine mandates, obviously, that's a challenge. It's going to continue to be a challenge as we get through this COVID crisis. And again, I think you've made good moves in terms of accommodating the very complex needs of both the community and the fact that we need to comply with federal and state mandates. And I understand that. I understand that as a former council member and the challenge of dealing with those very delicate, difficult issues.
Alrighty, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participate in within the community and or the San Mateo City Unified School District.
I've been involved in this town for, basically my whole life. So I've done everything from community theater, serving on boards. I've worked at our Halloween trunk or treat events, our Winter Wonderland events. We have up in our area of the city the Challenger kids. We work with the Little League facilities up there, and for some of our special needs children, we have programs for them. I'm a foster parent. I'm also on the board of directors of an organization called Neighborhoods USA, so I'm very engaged in civic involvement and activism. So I've been involved in this community again since I was a kid, and I look forward to your consideration, appreciate your consideration tonight, and just thank you for the time to present. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Nichol, for your time, your participation, and your desire to serve on the San Mateo City Unified School District School Board.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right. I got 2 girls at home, so I got to get out of here.
All righty, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Alrighty, our next candidate to interview is Miss Tressy, Capps. Welcome, Miss Capps.
Good evening. We'll make this quick, 5 minutes or less, watch.
Good evening.
I promised them upstairs. Okay, do you want me to just start telling you about myself? Okay, my name is Tressy Capps, and I grew up in an Army family. I'm an Army kid. I was a Chino High class of 1983, co-salutatorian. I went to Chaffey College for 2 years. I had an attorney service for 30 years. I have a real estate license, and technically I'm retired. So it means I have time to devote to this. Let's see. I got a fantastic public school education. And let's see. I have 2 grown sons who both graduated college with debt-free degrees. One went to Point Loma, the other went to Cal Baptist. My one son's in the Coast Guard, and I'm the only candidate here tonight who ran in the election and garnered close to 14,000 votes. So that is very important when you guys are considering this, in my mind. Maybe not in yours, but anyways. Okay, so now what? Do I just go through these questions, or they're going to ask me?
I'm going to ask you question number 1 to start.
Okay.
Number 1, what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Okay. The basic purpose of public schools is educating children, and the board votes on policy, which directly impacts the quality of the education they receive.
Thank you, Ms. Cabs. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
I'd like to work as a team member. One of the things I learned in the past, being an activist, is you are a lot more, you hit a lot more of your goals when you work as a team. So I'd like to be a team player.
I have the third question, and it's, what do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify those priorities?
Okay, so
And you have 15 minutes total, by the way.
Okay, I told you I'd do this in 5, though, so, okay. It's been a long night, and I know you guys are all tired. Anyways, I'm a Dave Ramsey fan. I took Financial Peace University at my church, and it transformed my life. It is why I am retired at age 56. So I'd like to see those principles applied here, and that would include sticking to a budget, having a plan, using your money wisely, and debt-free, which I know that's a big goal, but hey, you got to set big goals.
All right, I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Okay, I am a person of integrity. Anybody who knows me knows that, and I'm very tenacious. So if you don't, if you want to check with another school board that had to deal with me, check with Etiwanda School District. We did activism there for a year, trying to bring the busing back after the death of a student, and they will remember me there. And we got our goal accomplished. The busing was restored.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, state considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Okay, so this question is somewhat general, so I'm going to just address it as to something that is everyone's talking about right now, which is these mask policies and all of the issues it's creating. I know my niece, who's 7, when she started school, she was 5, and she didn't have to wear a mask. She goes to Claremont Unified. And if you talk to her now, she'll tell you exactly how long her school day is and how much she hates it, because she has to wear a mask all day long, including on the playground. And so that is an issue that I'd like to see resolved.
All righty, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Okay, so I am a CASA, that's a court-appointed special advocate in Riverside County. And right now I'm working with a teen, and that's pretty rewarding. I serve on my HOA board, and that is more contentious than you guys could ever imagine. I had no idea. 63 homes that people could fight that much. But anyways, we are, yeah, it's getting smoother. The last meeting was better. Anyways, I taught release time with my church, Sunrise Church, at Rialto Unified. We taught 4th and 5th graders, and that was extremely rewarding. I don't know if there's a program like that here in San Bernardino, but that program in Rialto ended with COVID. And so it was a powerful ministry, and I know we touched a lot of 4th and 5th graders' lives. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's a lot more, but I said 5 minutes. I don't know how long it's been. How long has it been? Oh, 8 minutes 55. I already gone over, so. Is that it?
Well, Ms. Capps, thank you for your time and your participation. You still have 8 minutes, and well, stop the clock because it looks like you're done. So
yeah, well, I just want to remind everybody that I think I'm the only one here tonight that was on the ballot, and 13,697 people voted for me. So it means maybe you'll think about that when you're making your choice. Thank you so much for your time.
Alrighty, thank you again for your time and your participation.
Okay.
And your desire to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board. All righty, our next candidate is Roland, and I hope I get this right. Hosh or Hosh, welcome.
Hi, everybody. My name is Roland Hosh. I'm a fifth grade teacher. I'm a college professor. I have a master's degree from National University of Teaching of Reading. It's very nice to meet you and be here with you all tonight. Thank you for your time. I remember many years ago when my son was before the board, he was getting an Eagle Scout and he needed to have a public meeting. And he came before this board, and it was a memory he remembers his whole life. And so I also appreciate the service that you all give to the community. And I'm just glad to be here tonight and hopefully be a part of this wonderful service that you all give.
All right, I'm going to start with question 1. I'm over here.
Yeah.
What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
I believe that the main purpose of school is to create children that are socially, economically, and physically healthy adults. And the board's role is to listen to the public and help facilitate those goals.
Thank you. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
I love San Bernardino. I've lived here for 28 years. We moved 3 times, and in the 3 times we moved less than 1 mile. And so this is home to us. And I'm an advocate for education, and I'm an advocate for San Bernardino because I teach in a surrounding school district, and I need to be an advocate for our city. And when I heard that this position was open, I thought I would be a good person because I listen to people. I get along with all walks of people. I lived in Brazil as a teacher. I was a TESOL teacher in Korea. I would be a member that would listen to the public, communicate well with all of you, and work cooperatively together to make our school district a stronger district.
Thank you. I'm next, over here, right here.
Oh, okay. It's hard to see. That's like a cloud.
What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Okay, before I became a teacher, I was a financial advisor for Aegon, and financial responsibility and fiscal responsibility is something that's on my mind. Solvency is something that all businesses and enterprises need, and I think that the number one responsibility is to make sure that we're solvent, that we have the money that is needed. I also think with the LCAP funding, there are certain monies that are allocated for certain roles that benefit our schools and our community, and it's important that those funds get paid where they're going to be needed and at a time that is required by the state. I feel this way because the reason and the purpose for all of the budget is for the children, and each one of the LCAP funding is for the children that they can get the education to fulfill the purpose of them becoming effective, healthy adults.
Thank you so much. I have number 4. The question is number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
One of the strengths is, like I said, I lived in several different countries. My dad's from Germany. I'm a first-generation American. I speak 5 languages, some more fluently than others. But I have a real way of working with people of diverse backgrounds. I enjoy life, and I enjoy all the things that San Bernardino has to offer. I've been in the ballet for 16 years at the California Theater. I was a scout leader, And I worked for the community for, I don't know if you know Freddie Spells, he was, but they made a park for her, and I was a friend of hers and helped with her her park over there. So, yeah.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Okay. I understand that you all approved a reach out program for Cajon High School for equity, inclusion, and innovation. Equity is a big topic and an important topic, and a lot of times the community doesn't really understand what true equity is. And a way to sum it up is you don't go to your dentist and expect equality, that they're going to do the same procedure on you that they did on everybody else that day. And equity is making sure that what happens in the classrooms are what is supposed to be specific for the children's needs. And so equity is something that you passed for Cajon, and I really believe in it. And if somebody came up and approached me about equity, I just would share with them, you know, the importance of equity and how every single student deserves to have their education differentiated according to their needs, their socioeconomic needs, their backgrounds, their educational needs. And equity is a way to ensure that every child gets that opportunity. And the federal law and the state law is pushing, rightfully so, to make sure that our funding is making equity a part of our school culture and our district culture.
All righty, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Well, like I said, I was a Cub Scout leader and helped a lot of young men get their merit badges and Eagle Scouts and becoming productive adults. The community service, you know, being in the ballet is not necessarily community service, but when I tell people who are not part of this community that I'm part of the Nutcracker and how beautiful the California Theater is, I believe it is a type of service because I'm proud of my city. And that beacon of telling all the positive things that are going on in our city and how wonderful our city really is really an advocate for this city. And a lot of people that wouldn't normally come to San Bernardino come to see the Nutcracker because I'm in it. And all of a sudden they leave saying, hey, we went to Rosemarita's or we went to a restaurant. And so I believe community service is more than just clocking hours. It's the way that we represent ourselves for our city. And I am a very proud member of this city.
All righty, well, Mr. Host, thank you again
Okay.
for your time and your participation and your desire to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.
Bye, everybody.
All righty, our next candidate to interview is Ms. Francesca Villarreal. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Francesca Villarreal. I'm currently a social worker working in truancy for the County of San Bernardino, partnering with SBC USD and other districts to improve school attendance and school performance. I received my MSW from Cal State San Bernardino, and I'm currently pursuing a Master's in Business Administration from Claremont Graduate University and a Juris Doctor from Southwestern Law School. I am also the proud mother of 3 San Bernardino City School students, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Okay, I will start number 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
The basic purpose of public schools is to provide a safe environment that fosters the ability of students to learn, grow socially and emotionally, and assist with helping them find their path in life. The school board's role in fulfilling that purpose is to provide the policy and funding allocations to allow for this to happen. The school board is a governing body that uses laws, data, and stakeholders' feedback to make decisions that are in the best interest of students.
Thank you. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
So my appointed time will be short, so I have to be realistic in what I want to accomplish. First, I want to advocate for an increase in academic and mental health services for our students. And second, I want to promote collaboration and communication between the board and stakeholders.
Thank you. I have question number 3, and welcome. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district? And what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Thank you. Historically, the top 3 of district's budget tends to include salaries, benefits, and contracted services, which is seen in the district's 2021 and 22 budget. However, working with families to improve attendance and academic performance, I have seen 3 areas that fall under supplemental and concentration programs that an increase in funding would do wonders. First, an increase in tutoring budget to address the widening achievement gap. Second, an increase in the CAPS budget to allow for an expansion to get kids off the waiting list. And 3, a boost in student wellness and behavior support to help with improving students' mental health and adjustment back to on-site learning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so number 4, question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
First, I am concise in my speech and I actively listen so that I avoid asking questions that have been previously answered. These are strengths that are golden in shortening meetings. My education has allowed me to build the strengths of analysis, operation design and evaluation, and interpretation of dense laws and regulations. Finally, I pride my strengths of advocacy, working within a team, and empowering others to be the best version of themselves.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
A situation that comes in mind is the recent group testing issue. Though it was not a school board decision, it can be inferred to coincide with Policy 0470, COVID-19 Mitigation Plan under Section Health Screenings of Students. Though I have ideas on this topic, in the interest of time, I will generalize that as a school board member, data and the presence of strategic planning will determine how I vote on this and any issue before me. As a social worker, I understand the importance of separating my personal values and beliefs from my professional role. Overall, with any decision or vote, it is important to not only ensure that all governing laws are abided, but that a decision is done in light of community concerns and impact on students.
Okay, number 6, please. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participated in within the community and/or the San Diego City Unified School District.
So currently, I serve as a parent representative for the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Council. I am also a school site council person at Parkside. Previously, I was chairperson at Bonniol. I'm a member of the SBCUSD Safety and Attendance Committee, and along with my amazing husband, I coach youth basketball for the city of San Bernardino.
Hey, quick, I was trying to get all these down for you. All righty, well, thank you for your time and your participation. We appreciate you and your desire to serve on the San Diego City Unified School District School Board. Alrighty, our next candidate to interview is Tracy Scherzer. Welcome.
Good evening. I'll take this off. Thank you all for staying up to listen to me. I'm Tracy Scherzer. I have a daughter at Brown. I am a teacher up at Rim of the World. I teach middle school band, orchestra, and choir. I have taught all over the country, and I've taught in Korea and taught a little bit in Taiwan. So my educational background is what brings me here. I have 2 master's degrees in music, bachelor's in music, bachelor's in English, and I am also finishing up a credential program at Cal State.
All right, I will start with question 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
So to me, public schools fill a space that is independent and very necessary for an equitable education. Public schools are free of special interests, and so, you know, the best education doesn't go to the biggest donors. The best education goes to every single kid. And it's a community-based, locally based, so you're educated where you live, which I think is really important. You are learning with your peers, you see your peers every day. But I think the independence from money is really critical. Having taught in charter and private schools, it's very different. I'm a big supporter of public education because I don't think the parents who can pay the most should get the most benefits for their kids. Everybody deserves the same chance. And the board's purpose and how they fulfill that goal is by making sure that these special interests are out of the picture and making sure decisions are made for every single kid in the district, regardless of their background, their socioeconomic status, their culture, their language, and it puts everybody on an equal playing field, which not only benefits the kids that raises up, but it also is good for the kids who would, you know, who maybe could go to the private schools, but deserve the cultural education that you get in such a diverse school district.
Thank you. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
One thing I would really like to accomplish as a member of the board is we all know that schools should be following the state standards, and I think there needs to be a little bit more transparency in the state standards. Just speaking with different principals, different teachers, and of course as a teacher myself, as a parent, we don't really see how the standards are being met, if they're being met. I know, I'm trying to keep my personal experience out of this, but in my daughter's case, she didn't have any science for 2 years. And there is science built into the elementary curriculum. There are science standards that should be being met. And so, without putting any extra work on already, burnt out and overburdened teachers, because we all know this year has just been really hard on our teachers, we need to find a way as a board to make those standards more transparent, to show parents how their students are meeting the standards, maybe not lesson by lesson, but there are a lot of tools out there so that we know that each kid in every level throughout the district is meeting those standards and has a chance to, study everything that they should be studying.
Thank you. I have the third question. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district?
So
And what factors led you to identify those priorities?
So I think the number one priority right now is personnel. And I think this goes along with our redirect to teaching and learning and reaching every student. After the year of distance learning, some of those learning gaps have gotten even greater. And through looking at the SPACs and the LEAs and stuff, I think the last time our district administered the CASP, I think we had 40% or so meeting grade level standard across the district in language arts, and I think it was 27 in math. And to me, that shows we need more intervention support, whether it's, the tier 1, the tier 2 through the MTSS, or, a reading specialist at every elementary school to make sure early on that those kids are reading at a grade level, grade level standard, because then that bleeds through to all the other subjects, even math. A kid can't read a science textbook in 6th grade if they haven't gotten past, pre-primer level of reading. So having the support in every single school of a reading and even a math specialist to help bridge that learning gap that has been exacerbated by COVID. But more staff in general. We have a sub shortage, and I know that that's not all financial. There just aren't bodies to fill the sub roles, but we have school counselors and admin, subbing in classrooms, and everybody's just stretched really thin. And I know that's across the country. We certainly have that problem up at RIM. I taught PE last week as a music teacher. So I think that's a big consideration. The second consideration, and I know the board has been working on this, is the replacement of aging technology. We kind of had a bit of a shock to our system when we went into distance learning and had to get devices and hotspots in the hands of every kid. And the turnaround on devices, the lifespan of devices is getting shorter and shorter as technology is getting better, because things are upgrading more quickly and our devices are aging more quickly. And so we need to have a really solid plan to be able to provide all of our students all the technology they need to stay up to date with all the demands that are being put on them. The third budget priority would be facilities. Again, looking at the SPAC and other documentations, it's evident that almost all of our sites are in dire need of repairs. I know the board made a resolution in favor of supporting Assembly Bill 75, the Kindergarten through Community Colleges bill that matches state funds to district funds. And it's absolutely critical that our kids have safe spaces to learn, spaces that are aesthetically pleasing, nothing fancy, but functional, places that are free of, even just chipped paint, which can be a hazard to kindergartners. So those are my top 3 budget priorities.
Great, thank you. I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
My greatest strength is as a creative problem solver. I think outside of the box, or sometimes I don't even acknowledge that there's a box. I can find a way to make anything happen. I'm currently teaching music without a budget, and I make it happen. I'll take apart one saxophone to fix another one. So I can find a way to fix any problem. I think my experience in all the different educational settings that I've been in, rural, urban, public, private, international, are a huge asset to the board, because I have ideas coming from everywhere, and I've tried most of them out somewhere else before. So I think I would bring a lot of innovative energy to the board and how to solve some of the challenges that will be coming up in the next 6 months.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, state considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
So I decided to talk about the recent resolution to recognize African American Month. I'm concerned by the current political trends in states such as Florida that are limiting what teachers are allowed to teach. The Florida bill being, I think it's still in proposal right now, would ban any teaching that makes white people uncomfortable, which basically keeps any school or any teacher in Florida from teaching any Black history, which is a terrifying thought. There is a bill in Ohio about transparency where schools would have to show, any syllabus for any class, even through elementary, that includes every lesson and what's going to be discussed. And any citizen can sue a teacher if there's something on that syllabus that they find disturbing. And I think the board's resolution, because there is no federal law about Black History Month in schools, it was founded in 1915, and most schools acknowledge it, the government acknowledges it, but it's not a law. In California, some of our standards do cover Black History Month, but I think the board acknowledging it gave teachers a freedom to explore those topics in their classroom without fear of repercussion. I know that I actually, in my classroom, faced some repercussions for having my students do a project on a Black composer. I do teach in a very different demographic than San Bernardino, but I really appreciate that board resolution because that's something that our children absolutely need to be taught, and need to be taught honestly and fully and authentically. And I think bills such as the one proposed in Florida are really going to thwart education and any progress that we've made.
All righty, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
So I am currently the chairperson of the School Site Council at Brown Elementary. I am also the founder and president of the Explorers PTO at Brown Elementary. I am currently on the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Committee. I have represented on some of the parent steering committees. I've been a district advisory council representative. I've been on a lot of stuff. I have been a classroom volunteer for a year at Brown before COVID hit. I taught a STEAM Makerspace Club during 5th and 6th grade lunch. I have gone into my daughter's classrooms and other grade level classrooms when she was in particular grades as a volunteer music teacher because her school does not have a general music teacher. I also taught some and volunteered to teach some kindergarten technology classes. At RIM, I volunteer on the equity committee, and I've also taught some music lessons, piano lessons in the community to students who were unable to afford it otherwise, and I did that free of charge because every kid deserves a chance, and music can really uplift our students.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Scherzer, for your time and for your dedication tonight and for wanting to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Have a good evening. All right, our next candidate, I just want to announce that candidate 13 did drop out of the interview process, so we'll be moving on to candidate 14, Mr. Michael Santos. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I just start? All right, well, good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Santos. As I'm sure you're aware. I guess I'll start with introducing who I am. I'm actually new to the San Bernardino community. Been living here a couple of years. Married, father of 6, so I have children in elementary, middle, and high school in the district. I'm actually originally from South LA. That's where I grew up. Currently work out there. I work for the University of Southern California, do outreach with an Upward Bound program, trying to get kids to go to college. So first generation, I work with my alma mater, Crenshaw High School, and 5 other high schools within the district. And my goal has always been, from growing up, right, I was a foster child, so education has been important. I learned that at some point. I can't tell you when, but I know education is important, and promoting education and promoting higher education has been my life's work with students. And that's something that I would love to promote within the district. And while I am new to the community, it is important to me to promote that, because my children are here. Me and my wife have found our forever home in San Bernardino. We'll be in the district. And yeah, that's kind of a little bit introduction to me.
All right, I will start question number 1. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
The basic purpose of is to be a vehicle of opportunity for students. Public schools are where students learn, and for me, a public education is important. It's what I had, and a good public education is important for students to be able to raise out of poverty. As I said, I was a foster child, right? So I learned that at some point, college, I went to community college. So I believe that public education is extremely important as a driving vehicle for social change for students. What was the second part of that question?
The second part of the question is, what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Accountability, I think, is important for the board. Of course, setting what that vision is for the school, for students, for staff, faculty, and everyone. But ultimately, I think, is accountability, making sure that the things that were set forth are being done. And again, for the purpose of students, the biggest, even though they don't vote, right? But I think the single most important is the accountability to the students.
I'm next.
I'm after.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I was daydreaming, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
I think as a member of the board, again, we all have our things, and I think the one thing that I would like to accomplish, and being new to the district, I think if it were my accomplishment, is that all schools offer A through G, but high level A through G, that every student is prepared for college. Not because right out of high school, I have students who graduate and maybe 3-4 years down the road decide that college is a possibility, but the opportunity and the possibility that college is something for them. And even if they decide to go into, what's popular now, CT or whatever it is, I think a good education would prepare them for that. So if they're prepared for college, if they're A through G ready, if they took that extra year of science, if they took all of those things, right, and have a better understanding, they would not only be prepared for college, but be better citizens. Whatever our current climate is, I think if we understood science a little better, if we understood policy a little better, and we learned that through high school, I think we have a better community. Because, I understand that most people don't leave their community. You go to high school and you'll probably live within a few miles of where you graduated from. So it's important that the district that's something that I would do, is certainly promote that.
Thank you. Now it's my turn. What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district, and what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Oh, wow. Now, these were challenging for me, but I think what I think as I see my own 2 high school freshmen who just went through a pandemic. We're still in a pandemic. It just depends on how you look at it, is mental health. I think that's a priority. I think there are a lot of students and staff, and I'm sure teachers struggling with mental health, but for students investing in that, because how are they going to be successful if they're not dealing with all of those emotions? And not everyone has those resources, right? So investing in that. One of the things that I saw, and this is just maybe my experience, professional development for instructors in technology. In the last couple of years, I'm sure everyone has had so much more technology than we've had ever because of the pandemic. You know, even we were introduced to Zoom and all of these wonderful things, but learning how to master those, I think, would be important, because again, that's how you communicate and teach the students better. And then one that I was reading, right, is I think, and I could be wrong, so I do apologize to the board if I have the numbers wrong, but I think San Bernardino City Unified has lost about 2,000 students through the pandemic, which would cost about $27 million. So investing in finding those students that have either dropped out or left or why, and getting them back to the district, I think is an important thing. Not only because of the $27 million, but because, again, education is important to them, even if they don't realize it, or maybe the parents took them out, whatever the reasons are, finding those students and finding a way to get those students back.
Thank you. I have question number 4, which is, please summarize the strengths you will bring as a member of the board.
Communication. I think I have, I may be struggling here in front, but one-on-one, working with people. I've always believed in compromise, resolution. My colleagues would say I never take anything personal, and I don't. I've never been that way. I'm resilient in my own life, and that's because I don't do that. You know, things happen. We make decisions, and I think that's what I would bring: an ability to communicate, an ability to compromise, an ability to listen, because communication isn't only speaking, right? It's the ability to listen to everyone else's point of view.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about, and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Again, so this one, I'm going to choose the easiest one, or maybe the most difficult one, the way you look at it, which was face mask, right? Do we wear, do we not? It became something that is political, and to me, I think the single most important is you follow the science, right? As a people that are learned, as a people, I think we follow the science. Sometimes I understand that a board is elected, but it's important as leaders, right? A board is leaders within a community and may not always agree with the community. I think my biggest thing with that decision is that the board followed the science, that did decide for students to wear a mask and staff, because it was in the best interest of the community at large. So while I understand that decision may have been difficult or not, I wasn't here for those decisions as America at large, or maybe the community at large. It was a difficult decision. I think always taking the students first, staff, and safety, and of course science and all of the other things, federal laws, and taking all of that into consideration. That's one of those things that I probably would have voted for the mask, because it was important for everyone's safety with the information that we had at the time.
Okay, question number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you have participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
All right. Well, like I said, I've only been here a couple of years, moved here December of 19, and then, a couple months later, the pandemic happened. So I haven't had a lot of opportunities, but at Chavez Middle School, I am on the school site council. I'm a member of the school site council. I'm also the representative for the district advisory council. And then at the high school, I participate in the Latino advisory committee meetings and the African American parent committees. For the second one, my children are mixed, so I participate in everything that will help my children. So I haven't had any real volunteer in the community, but those are the things that I am involved in now.
All righty, well, thank you, Mr. Santos, for your time and participation and your desire to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board.
All right, thank you very much for your time. You guys have a good evening.
You too, you have a good evening as well. All right, our next candidate and our last candidate for the evening is Mr. Trayvon Martin. Welcome.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board members, Superintendent Irvin, Cabinet, and community. My name is Trayvon Martin, and I would first like to take a minute to honor the late, great Dr. Margaret B. Hill. Thank you. I will not be up here for 15 minutes. I took detailed notes, so I'm going to try to expedite this and get this done very fast and then take my seat. I am a proud graduate from this district. I am a former employee of this district, working in many different capacities over my career spanned here at SBC USD. Furthermore, I represented this community at the state level when I worked for California School Boards Association, where I worked on many education policy issues, from full and fair funding to advocating for pension relief, to split roll, and other issues like SB 328, Late Start Portantino's bill. And so I have really good experience in this. I come from a long line of educators, which drives my passion to make sure that every student in SBC USD has the opportunity to expand their horizon and really, the education system here changing their lives and uplifting the community. So I would like to make sure all students have access to high, rigorous, quality education in this district. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to interview today to continue to make hope happen in this district for our students. I look forward to working on behalf of all of our students, our EL students, our special education students, our LGBTQ students, our African American students, our Asian Pacific Islander students, and every other student group in this district.
All right, I will start with the first question. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the board's role in fulfilling that purpose?
Thank you for that question. The basic role of public education is really to make sure that every student has a well-rounded education, to make sure that every student has access and opportunities, no matter where they come from, no matter who they come from, no matter the economic status of the community. The board's role is to make sure that we're creating policy and procedures to make sure that we're removing those barriers so that they have access to that high-quality education. And also to safeguard taxpayer money, because at the end of the day, the board has a responsibility to make sure that those dollars are spent on the areas that I just mentioned above. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Question number 2, what would you like to accomplish as a member of the board?
Thank you for this question. As someone who graduated from this district, shout out to San Bernardino High School, once a Cardinal, always the Cardinal. Ms. Rodriguez was my principal when I was a student there, so really great. But I also attended school in a neighboring district, and my experience there was very different than my experience here at San Bernardino schools. And so this got me thinking, what do I want to accomplish as a board member? So I want to ensure that every scholar in SBC USD has the opportunity to realize their dreams, to make sure that students are graduating with skills and knowledge to if they want to graduate and not go directly to a college, that they have the skill and knowledge to get a high-paying job rather than having to settle for minimum wage working at McDonald's or grocery stores or whatever the case may be. Also, I want to make sure that if they do decide to go to a college, whether it's a JC or four-year university, they're not forced to take remedial courses because they are getting that high rigorous education here. I believe this will be accomplished through increasing access to career pathways at all levels, including elementary school and middle schools, as well as I look forward to accomplishing building community schools in this district where the focus is on the whole child, educating their mind and their heart, which will ultimately lead to a better outcome, learning outcomes for students, healthier and safer communities for us. Thank you.
I'm next. Third question.
Hey, Dr. Flores.
What do you consider the top 3 budget priorities for the district, and what factors led you to identify these priorities?
Thank you for that question. So number one, I want to make sure that the district is financially sound in the out years. We have a lot of one-time money that's unprecedented, but before then, the district was facing budget cuts and position freezes. So number one is to make sure that the district is financially sound so that they can continue to provide high-quality instruction for students and keep, staff employed, because the district is actually one of the largest employers in this area. Number two, I want to make sure that we are supporting and creating and providing services to close the excellence gap. We know that there's been a lot of learning loss, and so we want to make sure that that's happening, and that could look like hiring resource specialists, high quality, high skilled professionals to help our students, help our teachers make sure that they're closing those gaps. And number three is to provide social and emotional support. During this pandemic and after this pandemic, we know that if our kids and our students and our staff and our parents are not socially and emotionally healthy, then they can't learn, and that creates a barrier. I have firsthand experience seeing some of these challenges in our school district, inside the classroom, outside the classroom, but also after talking to parents, community members, teachers, they actually brought a lot of the same things that I was looking at as budget priorities. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Thank you for that. I have question number 4. Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Thank you. I think as a member of the board, I would bring effective communication skills and facilitation skills. I also will bring a deep understanding of board governance with my tenure working for CSBA, where I actually participated in Masters in Governance, MIG training, which I know a lot of you guys went through as well. I also will bring a positive collaborative experience to help unify the district, help unify the board, and move the work forward for our students. I also, have a very good understanding of the district's educational programs and operational programs as someone who worked in this district and helped move a lot of this work forward. I'm also a familiar face to the community, to parents, staff members. I pretty much know almost every site leader. I know a lot of teachers through my work with family engagement and my service to the community. Thank you.
Please identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Thank you for this. So I identified the board's decision not to mandate COVID-19 vaccines. I personally believe in vaccines. I personally believe that vaccines not only protect yourself, but they protect others as well. But I also believe that medical decisions should be left between parents and their medical professionals, or individuals when talking about staff and their medical professional. So I know that as a board, we have to follow state and federal laws or face consequences. That's just reality. So if I were to take in consideration following federal laws, state laws, parent concerns, student concerns, and ultimately doing what's best for students, I would ultimately vote to allow parents to choose whether their kid gets vaccinated or not. as much as possible. And if it's not possible, I will fall back on my organization and advocacy experience and get together some parents and members of the legislature to have a conversation. So members of the legislature hears directly from parents why and some of their concerns, and hope that they will advocate for their constituents. Thank you.
All righty, number 6. Please share any volunteer experiences that you participated in within the community and or the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Thank you for this question. I tried to keep it brief. I could be here all night. But I believe as a servant leader, I have to roll up my sleeves and lead from the field, which I have done for many years in this community. I have served on, currently serve on several boards for nonprofits in the area. These boards are focused on creating a positive culture and life in our community, and also increasing access to education and enrichment programs for both families and the community. I also have volunteered in this district for the last 10 years in many different capacities. I've volunteered at parent events, college fairs. I have volunteered at classroom presentations. I participate every year in Read Across America. Even though it was a pandemic last year, I did participate virtually in reading to our scholars. And so I just wanted to kind of keep this simple and to the point, but you get the gist. I do a lot of volunteer work in the community and in the school district. Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Martin. Well, thank you again for your time and participation and your desire to serve on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board.
Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
You have a good evening as well. Well, at this time, that concludes our interviews for individuals that are interested in serving on the San Bernardino City Unified School District School Board. I'm going to go over some instructions and direction what we're going to do next, and I think when I'm done, Mr. Mobley, you'll go after me, or you're going to go first?
Whatever, the pleasure of the president. So.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you. All right, and please be patient with our directions here. All righty. All board deliberations will occur in public, so I want to say in advance that we appreciate and value everyone who took the time to submit an application and join us this evening. Stepping forward as a candidate required not only a willingness to sacrifice personal time, but also personal vulnerability. This public deliberation process may be uncomfortable at times for us as a board member and as you as candidates, but it is the only process afforded to us as public servants. We will do our best tonight to make everyone who applied and interviewed feel valued and appreciated, because you are. Thank you for choosing to put yourself forward in this space. Thank you for putting the interests of the children in our schools ahead of your personal comfort and life tonight. Thank you to all candidates for being willing to serve. To ensure that all board members have a voice in our appointment, we are going to be deliberate about the deliberation process. We'll start by hearing interview observations from each board member. We still have a lot of work to do tonight, and I'm sure we have many things to share about what we heard from our candidates. As we hear from each board member, I encourage each of us to focus on our comments, on our key observations, to keep our comments as succinct as possible. Once we've heard from everyone, I'm going to ask each of you to share your 2 to 3 top candidates, and staff will record them so they can be displayed to the public. If a pattern emerges in the preferred candidate list, we'll be able to narrow down a list and may be able to support an appointee. The appointment will be made with a motion, second, and a majority vote in favor of a candidate. 4 votes will be required to appoint someone to join our board. At this time, Mr. Mobley, will now lead us through the deliberation and decision portion of our appointment process. Thank you, Mr. Mobley.
Before we go into that, there were a couple of questions that I asked to be deferred to this time. Dr. Dowdy Rogers, you asked
Mr.
about...
Mobley, can you move a little closer to the
Sorry.
speaker, please?
Maybe I'll take this off.
Or the microphone.
I know that there was, during the public comments, there was a question about contacting candidates that may have been done so in an inappropriate manner. So let me just explain that the provisional appointment tonight can be made, but there's also in education code, there's the opportunity for people to circulate a petition and to challenge that appointment. My observation is that during the meeting tonight, that the questions were handled well by the board, by the members of the candidates who answered those questions. And so I thought we had a good process and that it was handled in a manner that I believe the board can go forward and have deliberations to select a candidate. And then Dr. Flores, you asked a question just to repeat some of the how the deliberation would work. I believe your Dr. Wyatt covered those instructions, but it really is your process. Just one other thing before I forget, I would like to thank the staff that helped with this process, with Nikki Detman. They've been a delight to work with. I think they helped the candidates to feel comfortable. We had the orientation meeting earlier. That went well. The only complaint I had was that we started 10 minutes late. I hope the saving grace was that we ended 10 minutes early. But we did go upstairs. Staff had arranged for a light dinner for the candidates. I had a chance to meet informally with them. I know, Doc, your superintendent had the opportunity to meet informally with the candidates. So I think they were all welcomed, and I think that part is appreciated. So in terms of, as your president said, you can go ahead and give some a common practice is for the board board members to individually reflect on the interviews, and then when each has had an opportunity to speak, then maybe go back and start the process with maybe with 2 top choices and see what pattern develops, and from there you can have a vote. If you don't achieve a 4-member affirmative vote, then you can have more discussion, make another motion for a second candidate. Doesn't necessarily eliminate candidates if they're from consideration if they weren't approved at the very beginning. During your deliberation, you may wish to bring back a name, but it's really your process. So with that, I will turn it back to the board president.
So, Dr. Wyatt or to Mr. Mobley, did you answer the question according to what the public can do or what the board, which were you speaking to? Because I know that it could be challenged after the fact, but I'm trying to get clarity on the question that arose about us being integral in this process, because I don't know who made it in, who didn't, outside of who showed up, right? Who you finally certified. So I just want clarity on, are you giving me the instructions that you told us that could happen, the community can challenge, but what about us as board members? Is that the same answer?
Well, my understanding initially was that there was 21 applicants, and that number, by the time the agenda was posted, pared down to 19. After the agenda was posted, my understanding is that 1 additional candidate dropped out. When two dropped out. When we started the meeting tonight with the orientation, we had all of the candidates assemble in this room, and we ended up with 15. And we went through an orientation process. After we started that process, no one else entered as a late candidate. We did go through the procedures of how they would be given the 15 minutes. They were given the questions. They were told how they could respond to that. So I think that part of the process was...
That's not the part that I'm questioning. So I'm just really trying to get clarity on the current and the after. That's what I'm... And so I don't know if the president is clear on it or she's clear on it. I just want clarity on the question. Okay. Okay. I want clarity.
I guess is your question, do you feel that the process was compromised enough that it could affect your ability to deliberate and make a decision tonight?
That's the gist of my question, right? And so even if we deliberated tonight with that pending or hanging over us at this time, what would that do about the process? I mean, why, will we later look into it or we just move forward? That's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
I'll offer my opinion. I have no vote at this body, but I think that the candidates had a fair opportunity to present their views. Any comments that were made prior to the meeting, I can't qualify as to what degree that they would affect how this board would deliberate. But I think the questions that the candidates answered, I think they did very well. I would also commend the board that you asked your questions with no follow-up. I think that helped to elevate the integrity of the process. So my recommendation to this board would be to go ahead and do your deliberations, see if you can make an appointment. I think it's in the best interest of the district to do so. But if there's a feeling by some in the community that that decision is somehow faulty, that they do have an option to circulate petition and to challenge that appointment. I don't know.
I don't know how to be any clearer in the question, and I don't know who can really answer it. I don't even know if it's a legal question. I'm not really sure, but I don't believe I've got my answer. And I don't know if anyone else can shed light on it. I don't know, but I have not got the answer, so.
No, folks, is this what we're going to talk about right now? Because I would really like to move on with the process and the deliberations. We could debate this all night, but in my opinion, as president of the board, we should move on with deliberations. That's where
I don't
I'm
get
at.
an answer.
My answer is we move on with deliberations in the process.
I'll take that.
Are there questions or concerns regarding that?
I'll just add, I know what you're talking about. I think that would, it's more of accusation, so I don't know exactly, yeah, so, and I get what you're trying to say, though. It's separate from what is being interpreted by the public if they want to kind of appeal it in the before or after the process. But, so I do get what you're saying. I see that the district is going to move forward with, and I guess that could be something that can be discussed afterwards by the community.
Dr. Flores?
I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Motley said, to move on with the process and the deliberations and move forward because we have a process, everybody presented, and now we're going to share our observations and so forth, and then I guess the next step would be for us to pick one or two people, each of us.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Would we pick one or two people, or how? I got lost. We deliberate, we share our observations, and what's the next step?
I suggest that you just give some general comments about the candidates. I thought they did a wonderful job, but you may have some specific highlights that you wish to say as each individual board member makes a comment.
Okay.
And then I think it would come back to the board president and ask each member for two top choices, two individuals that stood out. We will note that on the board. And then after all six have offered two choices, a pattern may develop. And from that pattern, someone may wish to make a motion to appoint so-and-so. And if there's a second and there's a discussion and a 4 affirmative votes, then that member would receive the appointment. Does that clarify how that would work? So.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'll turn it back over to the president.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mobley. Ms. Devon, is there anything you would like to add, or are you good?
Just want to remind the board of, you do need to keep in mind the timing of this entire process. Earlier in the evening, we outlined, the timing of the interviews, the appointment, the swearing in, the amount of time that we had between the time that the seat was vacated until it needs to be filled. So just making sure that you keep that in mind, that you're really running out of time to make a decision. So as been stated, it's
probably in your best interest to start the deliberation process, start elevating those particular candidates that you would like to vote for, so that way you can get the process completed within the times indicated by Ed Code.
Thank you, Ms. Detman, and we will now continue with the deliberation process. The list will be as follows. We'll start with the Vice President, which will be Mr. Tillman. Then we will go in alphabetical order by last name, which would mean Ms. Ceballos, Dr. Flores, Ms. Rosales Medina, Dr. Rogers, and Dr. Wyatt. Mr. Tillman.
First, I'd like to just thank all the candidates for coming out. I really appreciate you taking the time to invest in this process, and I think you all did a great job. Thank you very much. The two candidates I would like to list are Francesca Villarreal and Dr. Elza Valdez.
I would also like to thank everybody that came out. For me, it's a little harder than that. I have 6 candidates that kind of came to float. So I would probably have to go with Mr. Avila. Ms. Garcia and Mr. Martin.
Folks, just so you know, this was actually a time when we just could discuss, your observations. You don't have to make your selections right now. That was actually supposed to be after we had a discussion, or however you present. I mean, I see that, some of you already know who you want, but you do not have to do that at this point. And let's see who's next. I'm sorry.
Ma'am.
Oh, Dr. Flores.
Yes. I want to thank all the candidates that spoke. It was very professional. My observations were that everybody is passionate and had a service passion to serve our community. You all were very diligent in your responses. I appreciated that. Very heartfelt, very thoughtful and deliberate in your statements. I appreciated what we share as a board, that we are student-centered, family-centered. We are a community that believes in all our children, every one of them, support our teachers and our staff. That was very evident from everyone. When I was listening, I just saw that whole theme come through. I've lived in San Bernardino since 1987. I call this my community. I travel all up and down the state. I've been a CLSBA president, and everybody looks to our board. They go, we want to be like your board. We want to be how you all work together. I mean, we have been like the model. So sometimes when people say we don't get along, well, we have gotten along, and we do have differences, and that's common. But I want to share also that I saw a can-do attitude by everybody, and I saw innovation. I saw thinking out of the box. I saw commitment. I saw love. I felt love. That's what I felt. And those are my observations. And I still have to think about who I'd like to choose, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
It's hard.
I would agree with you. All right, Ms. Abigail Medina, Rosales Medina.
Thank you. I actually was going to go more in detail, so if you don't mind, yeah. So I was going to go one by one because, each of you were amazing, so I do want to highlight each of you. Elsa Valdez, of course, just the fact that she brought experience and was very detailed with the things that she was looking at with the school district, especially when it came to the task force that she was able to support. And this was one of the first ones in the bilingual education with the EL. And so all of that, I just want to say thank you for your service as a former board member as well, and the collaboration that you were able to bring during that time. Viviana Romero, educator, honestly, just the stuff that you were looking at, counseling, dual enrollment classes. I mean, there's so many things that you were promoting. I just want to say was great insight. Leticia Garcia, also a former board member, experienced also with budget and policy, looking at addressing many of the issues when it came to increasing enrollment, which was a huge decline, has been a huge decline, and then looking at TK and then K. So I want to say thank you so much for your insight on that. Alex Avila, he's amazing. He's a passionate leader. You could tell by his presentation and his ideas, a team player. I mean, un inmigrante de Honduras, amazing, and looking at enrollment as well, because I think this is a huge issue that everyone was able to kind of somewhat tackle. Rachel Garvin, who brought insight from it's like and I wrote it here, it's from a teacher's perspective. And, those are things that, having the experience, knowing what's going on, spoke very well. So I wanted to say thank you to you as well. And then, of course, we have Tanya Rhodes Hensley, who was, and her husband, actually her whole family has been involved in our school district in some ways, either a student and, of course, them as employees, bringing insight on social emotional learning, literacy, bringing partners together. I mean, it's amazing the work that you have done for our school district. And we have Pamela Montana, who is also a former teacher, and who you could tell she was very compassionate, good communication skills, and actually remembered many of the incidences that happened, because that was a difficult time in April when we had the shooting at one of our elementary schools. And, as she was speaking, I felt it because we were there, and it was hard. And, PTSD, am I saying it right? PTSD is real. And it wasn't just for our students, it wasn't just for our teachers, but many of us board members had a struggle in cabinet, struggled with that. Henry Nickel, for your commitment and looking at how we can, with your experience as a council member, being a former substitute teacher, thank you for your insight as well. And then Tressie Capps, who, was very short, but had some humor in her, so I was really appreciative of that. Roland Hosh, he is a Cub Scout leader. I mean, you could tell he is really passionate, soft-spoken, in the fact that he was in ballet for 16 years. Germany, dad is from Germany, speaks 5 languages, shows you that he's like multicultural from all aspects of the world. And I have to go really quickly. Francesca Villarreal, social worker, and wants to increase tutoring. I mean, everything that, she's like a top scholar. Her answers were on point. Thank you for coming and speaking on that. We have Tracy Chazer, who actually acknowledged the many difficulties when it comes to Black studies, and looking at what other states are doing to make sure that we don't get to that point, and not thinking inside the box. It's thinking outside the box. There is no box, so I appreciated that comment. We have Michael Santos, who has 6 children. I have 5, and so I know it's a lot of work, and the fact that you're working with programs like Upward and trying to, help with students accessing college, former child, foster child, so was I. So I completely understood the passion. And of course, Trayvon Martin, who has been a former employee and a huge advocate, and spoke here at the board many times when he was working with California School Boards Association. So thank you so much for your insight. So those are the thing is that it's so difficult because we had so many wonderful candidates, and the fact that we cannot pick one, we cannot pick all of them,
you know, there are those opportunities for the election to come up in November. So I do definitely want to encourage you, for those that are not selected, to please consider, because you bring such huge insight.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, President Wyatt. So again, echo to a lot of things that was expressed. I did listen up for collaboration. That's very important. Advocacy on a state and local level. Did hear that. The family engagement, was waiting to definitely hear that. That's always important. And the fiscal responsibility, that is certainly, as a board member, you need to know that. And then diversity, equity, inclusion. That is something that our district has championed and began to do a better job than we have done in the past by naming and having that in our district. So those that definitely are privy to equity is so important. And of course, service. This is a service job. You know, it's not, we're not here to get rich, make a large sum of money or anything like that to that nature. It is truly here to serve the community. It's here to serve the kids and see the growth and be able to provide the input to things that when we were coming through this educational institution. So certainly I was happy to see many that came back, you know, that are here, that have said, you know, they realize that there are some things that they can do to make it a lot better. And we always know that safety is at the top core. So I did hear that. And again, I like to say to all the candidates, appreciate you just doing this. And as I said earlier, I literally can tell you, I know where you sat, because I was sitting there at one point in time in the midst of an appointment, and it's nerve-wracking and it's all of those things. But as was said, even if you're not chosen, because obviously there's only one seat, I encourage you to stay involved and to follow this process again, as it will come up in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. And wow, is all I could say. Absolutely outstanding and amazing interviews from our community, and just seeing and hearing you, first of all, one, just it gives me tremendous hope for our community. A lot of you, most of you, I don't know personally, which I think is nice, actually, because one thing we shouldn't bring to our decision-making process is any biases or hidden agendas. Okay, that to me, you know, obviously we all have probably a particular person in mind of who we would like to select and serve on our board, and I'm going to talk a little bit about those characteristics of what I'm looking for in a colleague up here to serve on the San Francisco Unified School District School Board. First of all, you have to love our kids, love our city, love our community. I heard a lot of love from pretty much every person that was up there tonight, so first of all, thank you for that. I want to look for new faces, somebody that's energetic, who has commitment to this board, to this city, to this district, to our students, because let me tell you, this is a lot more work than you could ever imagine. I had no idea when I got into this. I'll just say it, I had no idea what I was getting into. You've seen our board meetings, and I don't think any one of us wants to stay here till 12:30 or 1:30 in the morning, but that's what it takes sometimes to get the work done. So expect a lot of work and long nights when, you know, if you're fortunate to be selected to join us. As I said earlier, no hidden agendas. You should be coming here with an open heart and an open mind, caring about moving this district forward and supporting our vision, our mission, our staff, our superintendent. That's hopefully somebody that we select tonight that supports all of those things. I'm looking for balance and equity on our board. You know, do we look like our community? Do we look like our public? Do we represent our community? So equity and balance is huge to me. I also want someone who doesn't have to always agree with me. Disagreement is often, you know, something that's important, because then we can have a very good discussion and discourse and come to consensus based on respecting one another's opinions. I think it's when we have disagreement with disrespect that damages our board and damages our community. We could do that with respect, and we could do that with integrity, and we could do that by being ethical. And those are the characteristics that I'm looking for in a person that will join us on this board. I'll tell you, I'd go ahead and I'd look up there already, and I see 5 different names. So that tells you how difficult this process is going to be. And when I look at my list, wow, I have like 9 names down here that just pop out. I know I have to narrow that list down. So I want you all to know that those of you that interviewed tonight and that participated, I mean, you guys did an amazing job, and you're making our job very difficult up here, at least for me. I'll say that much. To come down to a couple names is going to be very difficult. To come down to one name, God help us. That's all I could say. I hope we can come down to that. So those are my comments. All right. Hopefully you guys are ready to go ahead and start giving us names. Mr. Tillman and Ms. Ceballos, you did that. And Mr. Mobley, looks like you want to interject.
No, I just say, I think you left off with Dr. Flores.
Oh, my
couple of
gosh.
names. She
No, I
had
thought
her
she
comments,
spoke.
but she didn't
I
offer
didn't give
names
the
yet.
names.
Oh, we haven't, 4 of us have not given names yet still. But was there
You want
anything
us to
else
do
you wanted to
that?
add? Okay. Yeah, here goes the difficult part, folks. Really difficult part. And I'm going to go right there on the list. I said I was going to by alphabetical order, but we'll look at the list up there. And so you know when you're coming up. And Dr. Flores, if you have 2 to 3 names, that would be great.
I have 2.
Okay.
Like you, it's very hard. And I listened carefully. Experience to me is very important. Very, very important. Also, team building, collaboration, being a person that can listen to diverse voices and then respectfully agree to disagree is really important. Building bridges is important. So I don't know if you guys know, but I'm going to be 74 soon. I've lived a long life. I'm a woman of color, professional, who had to fight for everything. And we need, our kids need people that support them, our community. I went to school in the 60s. I collaborated with the Black Panthers, our Chicano Brown Berets, our Asian brothers and sisters, our indigenous brothers and sisters. And we built coalitions. So my choices are Dr. Valdez and Mr. Santos.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, for the feedback and for your folks that you've selected. Dr. Rogers.
Thank you again. And as I said, it was a lot to listen to, a lot to digest, and also a lot to move forward with the legacy that we all know what our expectations are and what we would like to see, even when we're not sitting on this dais, as we pass mantles to others to do the work. And so we're going with 3, so I'm going to say Martin, and I'm going to say Montana, and I'm going to say Avila.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Ms. Rosales Medina.
All right, thank you. It has been really challenging. But I guess, each of us board members, and I know that there's so many different names we have, Dr. Wyatt mentioned earlier, we have, different criteria of what we're looking for. For me personally, at the end of the day, we've been struggling within the school district, both during COVID time, trying to address a policy, trying to address budgets, trying to make sure that we're meeting certain requirements when it comes to student achievement, online virtual learning, and so forth. So we need experience. We need someone, I feel that we need someone with experience that's going to be able to kind of jump on board to help with many of the issues that we're facing right now. And the reality is there's many challenges, and it's also with personnel, it's with the absenteeism, it's looking at updating policies,
You know, there's a lot of issues. So for me, it's trying to find someone that kind of already knows, you know, what to look for and what's needed in order to move the district forward. So for me, the names would be Leticia and Elsa, Dr. Valdez and Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. All righty, and again, I've said what I'm looking for in regards to the candidates and somebody that would serve with us, and I'm actually looking for somebody new, somebody that's new that comes with a fresh perspective. Again, that possibly somebody I don't even know either, which is pretty exciting, because to think about sitting in that seat and say, you know, I don't know anyone up there, but gosh, they're giving me an opportunity. That's pretty amazing. That's how I would love this process to work out and be respected as well. For me to even give 2 or 3 names is hard. I'm gonna go outside the box, as we said earlier. Somebody said that earlier, and I appreciate that. But I'm gonna give 4 names, and actually some of those names have been up there already, so maybe this could help our conversation. But I'm gonna go with Trayvon Martin, Pam Montana, Alex Avila, and Tanya Rhodes Hensley. Those are my final selection.
Can I add a name?
Ms. Ceballos, at this point, sure. Tanya Rhodes Hensley.
So I apologize. I kind of followed Mr. Tillman's lead, and I kind of jumped the step in the process. But obviously, I had very, very extensive notes as well, and there was a lot of great, just people that came out, honestly. And I have the great fortune to really not know anybody. Maybe 1 or 2 people, and the other ones maybe I've heard of, but don't have any personal relationships with really any. So they're all new to me. But I just want to go ahead and, without repeating everything that's already been said about every candidate, I would also like to add Michael Santos to that list as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right, at this time, folks, you can see who is up there on the list. We do see a few individuals that are up there 3 times, and I believe that is, and let me make sure, Dr. Elsa Valdez, Alex Avila, and was there anyone else with 3? Mr. Trayvon Martin. Those folks have 3, basically, I would say, votes or considerations up on the board right now. At this point, if there's any other discussion, I would entertain it. If not, then we can entertain a motion. And I will ask you at this point to turn on your light. Dr. Rogers.
Want a clarifying question on that. Are you asking us to vote or asking if there's anything else anybody else wants to, or entertain the motion only? That was it?
I was just seeing one, if there was any more discussion.
Right.
Which I don't know if there is.
Yeah.
And if there is, great.
Yeah.
And if not, then somebody who would like to make a motion at this point. And Dr. Rogers, your light is on.
Yes. So I will make a motion for Trayvon Martin.
I'll second the motion. Any discussion in regards to Mr. Martin? All right, at this point, then we would take a vote. Let's vote. And I don't know if that's going to come up there, Ms. Cunningham, is it? Okay, thank you. All right, there's 3 yeas and 3 nays, so unfortunately, the motion does not carry. So we move on to the next step. Is there anyone else that somebody would like to make a motion on?
I'll make a motion for Dr. Elsa Valdez.
All right, we have a motion for Dr. Elsa Valdez.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded by Dr. Flores. Is there any discussion on Dr. Elsa Valdez? All right, let's go ahead and vote for Dr. Elsa Valdez. All right, looks like there are 3 yeas and 3 nays, so the motion does not carry. At this point, is there any other candidates that anyone would like to make a motion on?
I would like,
Nobody has motioned on.
I would like to make a motion for Avila.
So Ms. Ceballos has motion for Mr. Alex Avila. Is there a second?
Second that.
There is a motion from Ms. Ceballos and a second from Dr. Rogers. Any discussion on Mr. Avila? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, for Mr. Avila, we have, it looks like again, 3 yeas and 3 nays, so the motion does not carry. At this point, are there any other candidates that somebody would like to motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for Pamela Montana.
There's been a motion for Ms. Pamela Montana. I will make a second for Ms. Pamela Montana. Is there any discussion on Ms. Montana? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
I'd like to make a.
Oh, well, let me finish there, Mr. Tillman. Thank you very much. Looks like we have 3 yeas and 3 nays for Ms. Montana, so the motion does not carry. Mr. Tillman, you had a comment?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for a young lady that I never met before. Just was impressed by her, what she said in her interview and her experience. Working as a social worker, concerns for mental health, the experience, has students in the district, volunteers, all the things I think are the characteristics for a great board member. And you said you wanted somebody new. I totally don't know her from anywhere other than what she presented tonight. And
Okay.
those factors would lead me to nominate Ms. Francisca Villarreal.
All right, there's a motion for Ms. Francisca Villarreal. Is there a second? Okay, looks like there's not a second. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. All right, folks, at this point, it looks like, if we want to continue with any type of discussion, that may be an option. However, we have not had a candidate yet that has received a majority vote of 4 or more board members. Mr. Mobley, any recommendations at this point? Thank you, sir.
I would encourage the board to consider continuing voting. You've, I believe, what was it, 4 or 5 that you had ties on, were unable, well, you had one that did not receive a second. So you may consider renominating an individual that was previously nominated, and having heard the votes that have occurred on all of the candidates, if there's an opportunity to consider a compromise in this regard, then you could move forward with an appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Mobley, for your consideration recommendation. I will open up the discussion to my colleagues. We did have 3 individuals who received 3 votes. That was, again, Dr. Elsa Valdez, Mr. Alex Avila, and Mr. Trayvon Martin. Would anybody like to entertain any further discussion? I will pause. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina.
And I know this may be frustrating, and you can see with the voting how it looks like too, and we're split on, and it's the same people that are split. And one can say, oh, we're on this side, and it's like the bad side, and there's the good side, and the reality is that, like I said, I can only speak for myself. Each of us board members has our own thoughts and reasons why we vote a certain way. And for me, and I don't want to be so negative, but the reality is that I'm looking for someone that, you know, has, like I said, has the experience, has the understanding of not to fall. Because when I was a new board member, you know, you kind of trying to figure things out, and then you're hearing this is what you do, this is what you don't do, but it's all by interpretation by the person who's guiding you. And I think for me, you know, sometimes you become confused to where it takes you about 2 years, a year or two, to really understand, you know, what are you talking about? I can do this. I can make these requests. I'm not just one board member. So that's what my fear is making sure I support someone and have someone that's on the board that won't be pushed to believe they're just one board member. I need someone who has the experience, who will not fall prey to what their role isn't or is, and they will believe it. And so I just want to make sure that for me, it's someone with experience. That's the reason why I'm voting the way I'm voting. And it's nothing to do with, I know there may be talks afterwards, oh, Abigail this, or the board members this. You know what? It's like, it's not a winning game. You know, either, you know, I'm the bad person, the good person, but the reality is we need someone who has the experience, and for right now. And then, of course, the election's coming around in November. You know, like I mentioned earlier, we have great candidates. You can definitely apply and run in November. I just feel that we need an experienced candidate now.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, for sharing with all of us, kind of, you know, where you're coming from. I also want to, you know, kind of express what angle I'm coming from as well. You know, I definitely value that experience. One of my biggest fears, if I'm open and honest and transparent, is when I came on the board, when I ran, I said I had 0 political ties, right? Meaning I wasn't involved as heavily as, you know, maybe other individuals have been, which has served me great to be on the board. It is a learning curve. Some of us have the capacity to learn faster than others. You know, for some individuals, it may take 2, 3, 4 years. For others, it may take less. I think that we are all highly capable and intelligent adults. If we, got to the point to be able to run and get elected. So my biggest fear and my biggest concerns are with everything that this board has been experiencing in the last couple of months is, I would like to see somebody new also on the board. Somebody that has maybe not as much experience, politically speaking, because then you're able to be a little bit more objective. You're able to analyze and question information that's coming to you. And that's exactly what I've been doing, because everything is so new to me. I've been asking those questions. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Please forgive my ignorance. But I think it has served me well. And I would like to have somebody come on board that maybe has less, ties in a way to certain, people, especially here on the board. Because it's only going to be 8 months, 9 months, but that's a long time in education time, right? That's a long time for our students. And a lot of things can be, done within that time frame. So that's kind of, giving in full transparency, giving the community my rationale behind it.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Flores?
My perspective is we have 9 months, and we're going to have that person is going to have to run again if they choose to or don't. We have a lot of work to do in terms of what we're doing. We need someone that doesn't take a long time to, it'll take a long time to get on board. And that's why I recommended experience, Dr. Valdez. And, and I don't know if she wants to run or not. She may or may not, but we do need someone that can, jump on board right away and doesn't have, you don't have a year, what is that saying, a year to get on board. And so it's my recommendation, and that's why I'm voting who I'm voting for. We really need someone that is experienced and in terms of where we have to go and what we have to do.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And for me, some of the individuals that we've actually had up on that list and we voted for, I believe, have the capacity and the experience in our community, as well as the knowledge of our district. A couple of our folks are homegrown. They graduated from our school districts. They worked within our school districts. They have a background in education. I think they could walk right on this board and make sound, solid, objective decisions. Our board right now, as we can see, is split. That is a huge concern to our community, and it should be a huge concern to us right now. I'll just say that. When I first came on this board, I was rather naive. But what I did bring to this board was a background in education, passion, dedication to our students, to our community, and I was here to do the right thing. And that was to improve our school programs and take our kids to the next level. I watched my kids grow in this school district, and it wasn't that easy. I encountered a lot of issues with the district as a parent, and I really didn't want to get involved at this level. I'll tell you that right now. But what put me over the top was a negative experience. And I get really emotional when I talk about it. It's very hard to talk about. And I said, we need people up here who represent our parents, represent our kids, represent what they don't know. Because most of our parents don't know. They're not educational experts. They depend on us, though, to represent them and make sound decisions, which is best for their children. And that was one of the main reasons why I ran, because I said, we can make a difference. I've talked about my first board meeting here, my very first board meeting. And as Mr. Tillman, you were part of that, where we decided to give uniforms to our kids across the district. I was like, oh my gosh, we can do that? You're right, I was new. I was very naive, but I knew it was best for kids. I knew it was best for our city and our community. We made that decision. That same night, we talked about our CAPS program, where we had a huge waiting list for our CAPS program. That same night, we took action and made a difference for our kids in this community. Again, I was new. I wasn't a seasoned veteran or experienced, but I knew it was best for kids. I believe that Trayvon Martin, Pam Montana, Alex Avila know what's best for kids in this community, know what's best for this city. I have faith in all three of you. I want to say that right now openly. Regardless if you're selected tonight, I hope like heck, if you're not, you run in November because you're good people. And I know you represent our community. Not saying nobody up here isn't, but you guys have presented yourselves well tonight, and you should take that chance, be courageous like you were tonight, and run for our board, just like all of us up here did. Because this is a free world, we should have free will, and we should have all the opportunity to serve up here. Those are my last comments. Mr. Tillman, I think you're next, and Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wyatt. I think it's obvious that the board is split. It's not going to move off of being split. And I respect my fellow board members for having their opinion. I don't know how, if it's split and you don't want to be split, all you got to do is vote with the other side. So everybody has the ability to change it. So you can't act as though one group is bad and the other one's good. It's not. Everybody has their own perspective. And they think that what they the person that they want on the board is going to help them reach the goals we want for our students in the best way possible. So that's a good thing. In terms of the elections coming up, that's why you have the process. That's why you have the elections. We already know what the next step is. Mr. Mobley already explained it. If we don't appoint somebody, it'll go to either the August write-in election, or if they can't make that, they'll be at the November election, correct? And that's not a bad thing. But it's obvious to me, just from the motions that we made, even the offering of someone who no one knows, and there's no kind of political sway in that at all, but no one even gave me a second on that one. So it's obvious that this board is not going to move off of that. And I don't think you have to see it as some bad thing. It's just where we are as individual board members. And I have respect for the process. So whatever the next step is, I think that's what we should do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
And President Wyatt. And, this was part of my concern in the beginning. It really was. And as we've all said, good side, bad side, nobody's called out anybody, but the facts remain. And what's concerning to me is that when I came on this board, appointed first and on the board, I didn't have the experience that I have right now. I did not. Many of the candidates that came to the podium tonight had way more experience than I had when I came to this board. But I came to this board with my heart and my passion. I talked to 2 board members before I did that just to ask them what it was going to be about and to be fair. I didn't know anything about asking for favors and asking for this and for that. I didn't even really understand the appointment process. But I know I was interested and thought I had something to give. And when I reflect back on that, the person, one of the board members that I talked to at that time, who is still representing here tonight, as far as I'm concerned, until they remove her name off of this dais, is still reminding us and telling me and told me then, we're supposed to always do what's right. There was no magic, there was no secret that she gave to me. She said, do what's right. And I feel tonight that's what I did, what was right. Who came to the podium and we listened and we heard. And I don't hold it against people that they may have some experience or they may know or they may not know. That's not the point. The point is the matter, can they come here and fulfill the duty of being a board member? And that's to be a person that comes up here and talk about kids. And all of you all know that are sitting and are watching, we haven't talked about kids in a long time. And we knew that this process was going to be difficult. But I was hopeful. I really was hopeful that maybe we can move forward. I didn't call a side. You haven't heard me say anything about sides. You haven't heard me say anything about individual names. But this is one of the reasons why the community has to do this, when we can't get it together. And it sounds like that's where we're at. But we haven't been able to get it together for quite some time.
And there's negative influences on every side. And this is a community in which I love, will give everything, but to do it right. If I don't do it right, I don't honor the legacy, not of just of Dr. Hill, but all those others that paved the way. My parents, my brothers, your parents, your sisters, your brothers, and all the community members that I work with all the time to say, I'm just going to do what is right. And so I am disappointed. I'm disappointed because I didn't want to waste anybody's time today. I said that. I don't want to waste anyone's time tonight, but here we are. So I guess I can agree of what I think I've heard. We're not going anywhere tonight except to November, whatever day it's fallen on this year. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Ms. Rosales-Medina.
One of the things that, it's always been frustrating is to see who's right includes someone that's wrong. And so to insinuate, and I think that's the whole point. I mean, there is no wrong or bad three. But the problem is that it's always insinuated because we see articles, we see all this misinformation out there that people come to the board and act like they're giving out facts, but the reality is they're not. And it's frustrating because we in the board, we want to say, you know what, you just got that wrong, completely wrong. Whoever gave you the facts, your facts is wrong. But my frustration is to insinuate, and it's like when you're kids, oh, this person does it right, that means this person did it wrong. And I'm not saying that you're trying to say that, but I'm not making any wrong decision. And so by me, because I'm not choosing what maybe their experience, my experience has not been great with the new administration. I'm sorry. And so this is my experience, and this is where I'm coming from, and you can come to the podium and get misinformation and act as if it's the facts when I know it's not. And some of us board members want to tell you, no, you got the information wrong, but we can't. And so I'm just want to make sure that for those of us who vote a certain way, it's not because we're wrong. And I know there's probably going to be another article saying that we're the wrong ones, we're the bad ones, because there was the right ones. And no, I'm just going to make sure that, I'm not wrong and I'm not bad and I'm not, in my own stance, I am right too.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. And I see Mr. Mobley is getting up, and I just want to say this before he speaks, because I'm pretty sure we know the direction we're going. I don't want anybody out there to think that this was a waste of time, number one. A lot of you had the opportunity to come up here, and again, we're very courageous to do so. And the public hopefully saw some incredible individuals that are probably going to be on that ballot come November. There's going to be 4 spots that people can run for. Obviously, Dr. Hill's position is one that I think, everybody's here for today. But it gave you an opportunity also to show who you are and to have a voice. And just because your name didn't maybe come up on that list today, I wouldn't discourage you, because there's a lot of good people here today. And just maybe because your name wasn't up, it doesn't mean you weren't an outstanding candidate. We just had to narrow it down. And again, we had to trust the process. So I want to thank Ms. Nikki Detman and Mr. Mobley for being here tonight and guiding us through it. And you will guide us through the next step. Thank you. Ms. Rosales, did you? Okay. Mr. Mobley.
Thank you. 2 weeks ago, I was very proud of this board for voting 6-0 to move to an appointment process. There were many who thought that would not occur. And so it was with a great deal of hope. I think you have a Hope Happens room just down the hall, that this board could reach a decision to appoint a member. I am not an attorney. I do not represent the Registrar of Voters office. I know that your attorney 2 weeks ago advised the board that it's in your best interest to have a 7-member board. The Registrar of Voters were unsure what an August election would look like, if that's possible. Obviously, we need a 7th board member to pay for the lights in this building. The point is that a special election in August, if it is allowed as a mail-in ballot, will be very confusing for the voters because papers will need to be pulled in mid-July to early August, or it's when papers need to be pulled for all of the seats that are open to this district. Even with an election victory in August, that person or that seat will still be up in the November election. So I would admonish this body to consider trying it a little bit more. You may not have your best candidate but you have good candidates out here. And so I would still ask that the board consider one more effort at least to see if you can get 4 affirmative votes for a candidate that can help provide that transition for the next 6 months or so. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Molly, for that vote of encouragement and confidence that we might be able to reach a consensus. I do appreciate that, and that's why you're here tonight, to try to coach us to maybe make a decision tonight. Ms. Ceballos.
So, taking your advice in mind, I would like to make a motion, taking into consideration Ms. Rosales Medina's push for, or not push, but concern over experience. I'd like to motion Ms. Leticia Garcia.
We have a motion on the floor for Ms. Leticia Garcia.
I'll second that.
It is seconded by Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. Is there any discussion in regards to Ms. Leticia Garcia? You're not seeing any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, by the looks of things, there were 2 yeas and 4 nays. The motion does not carry.
Can I make another motion for Mr. Michael Santos?
You have that right to do so. There's a motion on the floor for Mr. Santos. Is there a second? I do not hear a second, so the motion...
I'll second it.
Well, in the last second, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Only because yeah.
Thank you for the second. Is there any discussion about Mr. Santos? I see no discussion. Let's go ahead and vote for Mr. Santos. There's a motion and a second. All right, it looks like that motion does not carry. Thank you. Are there any other potential motions on the floor? Any discussion on the floor?
Move to adjourn.
We had a motion to actually adjourn the meeting by Mr. Tillman.
Second it.
It is seconded by Dr. Flores. Is there any discussion about
I
adjourning?
do, only because we want to make sure that, and I understand how, if we're not moving anywhere, it's automatic. Why are we just messing around with it? But I do want to give us time just to reflect. I don't know if maybe other board members may have a comment, but maybe just a moment to reflect, to really think. Or we can just close out. I just felt like it, not to rush it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and to respect the process, there was a discussion. Ms. Ceballos, discussion?
Likewise with Ms. Rosales Medina, I think that I do understand that if it's a moot point, kind of why drag it out? But in respect to the people that came out and in respect to the candidates that, put their time as well, just kind of ending abruptly, just kind of, but I get it.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And I'll say this, that what I am pleased with is that we have seen a number of candidates actually be motioned and even seconded to go to a vote. So again, that talks a lot about the quality of our candidates this evening, what we think about our candidates this evening. So I just want to say thank you to all of those folks out there. You've represented our community very well. You've actually been acknowledged by the board, a number of you. And I think that, that's something to speak highly about just for your participation tonight. And again, if your name wasn't up there, please do not be discouraged, because I saw a lot of great talent out there and a lot of good candidates. And I will also say this, that I think it's very unfortunate that we cannot come to a majority decision as a board, but I will respect that. As my colleagues have talked about quite frequently, it is the process. And we need to respect the process, and it will actually probably lead to an election. But that is my part for the discussion. There is a motion and a second on the floor, so we need to vote. And the motion was to adjourn the meeting. Wow, well, there's something that we had a 6-0 vote on tonight. So I just want to thank everyone for coming this evening, participating. Again, on behalf of the Board of Education, we really do appreciate you this evening. We appreciate our staff as well and everyone involved in the process. Have a good evening.